The allegations in the affidavit are supported by digital evidence, including the defendant's ChatGPT prompt of a dystopian painting showing in part a burning forest and a crowd fleeing from it.
CBS News Special Report. I'm Steve Kathan.
Stay heart healthy with the City of Bridgeport Department of Public Health BPT Heart Program. Wednesdays 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. at the Eastside Farmers Market, 752 East Main Street, Bridgeport through October 15th for free blood pressure screenings, limited $5 coupons, and free digital monitors for qualifying participants.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Get ready to tackle your hunger with Duchess Restaurants, where fresh food meets football. Catch the NFL games of the week every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast, because even your appetite deserves a touchdown.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Showers ending early this afternoon, clearing by late in the day. It'll be on the windy side, cooler with a high in the mid-60s and a gusty breeze developing out of the north. Clear and quite chilly this evening and overnight, below in the low to mid-40s. Thursday, sunny with a high of 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut local news update.
A 25-year-old man is under arrest, charged with murder for the deaths of his parents on Monday night in Waterbury. JVN Adams is accused of shooting his 51-year-old mother, Carlene Williams, and his 55-year-old father, Mark Adams. The victims were found by officers in a house on Beverly Avenue around 11 p.m. Police said Javion Adams was on probation for previous domestic violence arrests. No injuries are reported after the crash of a school bus that was carrying 11 children in Waterbury. The bus apparently backed into a utility pole yesterday morning on Rosario Drive. Police described the crash as minor. None of the children or the driver were hurt, and the damage to the bus is minor. Yesterday, state Republicans held a news conference to announce new proposals aimed at identifying fraudulent nonprofit organizations. The proposals are aimed at increasing transparency on how nonprofit funds are being spent in the midst of what GOP lawmakers, including Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding, call a culture of corruption in the state government.
I remember as a kid growing up in this state, used to hear the word corrupt a kid. And we had an incredible governor, Governor Rell, who implemented measures to move us away from that image. And this governor always speaks to our image. And unfortunately, we're moving back towards that trend.
One proposal would require nonprofits seeking state funding to also have contracts with the state on how that money would be spent. Wolcott Senator Rob Sampson gave some examples of nonprofits that he feels to be too extreme for state funding.
Integrated Refugee and Immigrant Services. They receive $225,000 that comes from the taxpayers of Connecticut. They actually have things on their website saying that they train people how to deal with ICE. You have Anchor Health Initiative. We've given them $400,000 effectively for LGBTQ, but also for trans type of policy and even surgeries and other types of things that they might call healthcare.
Connecticut Children's Health System is getting a new CEO. Shannon Sullivan, who is currently president and chief operating officer at Women and Infants Hospital in Providence, will assume the leadership role in Hartford in early January. John Rubin, the chair of Connecticut Children's Board of Directors, said Sullivan's experience, vision, values, and leadership will propel the system forward in the care of children and families in Connecticut and the region. This evening, Democratic 1st District Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro will be hosting a virtual town hall to discuss health care costs, including expiring Affordable Care Act tax credits and changes to Medicare. Both of those issues have been central to the ongoing government shutdown, and DeLauro has been adamant that addressing health care costs is essential to bringing down the cost of living statewide.
People today live paycheck to paycheck. They're trying to pay for their health care costs, for their grocery costs, for electricity, for an apartment, or to pay a mortgage. Health care costs are at the top of that list.
Residents can participate by visiting deloro.house.gov/live at 5:30 this evening. Governor Ned Lamont this morning announced actions he is taking to protect the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, better known as WICC, during the ongoing government shutdown. The program provides support to low-income, pregnant, and breastfeeding women and children under the age of 5.
Those are the 50,000 moms and their newborns who get diapers and formula and support. There we only have reserves for, less than a week. We'll probably have to make up some of that shortfall in the near term and hope the feds get their act together.
The governor has pledged to use state surplus funds to keep federally funded programs like WICC open until the shutdown is resolved.
Trying to do what we can to figure out where we are most at risk. How much do we have in reserve so we know that we can keep things going for a while?
And the Hampton Inn and Suites Hotel in West Haven has been listed for sale. The 98-room hotel on Sawmill Road was built in 2008. The current owners, the MCR Hotel Group, bought the property in 2018 for nearly $11 million. The hotel features a pool and other amenities and is located on a busy road near I-95 and next to a Texas Roadhouse restaurant. No asking price has been given by the owners. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
Back to the download. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Johns Hopkins Health Minute. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy. Nicotinamide is one of a group of vitamins known as B vitamins, and it's available over the counter. A new study shows that in people who've had either a basal cell or squamous cell cancer, common types of skin cancer, nicotinamide reduces the risk of recurrence. Johns Hopkins Kimmel Cancer Center Director William Nelson explains.
They can go look at the VA system, and in their records, they can see who got a basal cell carcinoma or a squamous carcinoma, who then received that prescription. They had some sense that they took the thing, so they get at least one prescription. It's like 500 milligrams twice a day for 30 days. And if you got that, what was the result in the end? And it looked like in this setting, when given this after the first surgical removal of a basal cell or squamous cell, it did appear to reduce appearance of a second squamous carcinoma reasonably substantially.
Nelson says the effect did not persist if the supplement was taken after the second skin cancer. At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy.
WICC is live and local in the afternoons. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Weekdays from 2 to 6.
Hey there, we're back. It's Wednesday. That means Dan Haar stops by from Hearst Connecticut Media. We'll have an update and the latest on the Costa Diamantis trial. And Connecticut U.S. Senator Chris Murphy was on national TV yesterday warning that President Trump will rule forever.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Every weekday starting at 2 on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Are you a local business owner? We have a backstage pass for you. This is your invitation to our marketing open house, 8 to 9:30 a.m. on October 28th. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and as a business owner, you have built a great business. You're proud of it. and you want it to grow. Come on October 28th and see how radio advertising can work for you. You hear the commercials on the Voice of Connecticut. Now let's get your business on the air. Our team is dedicated to helping local business with effective radio and digital advertising. So if you own a business, join us at the Connoisseur Media Open House on October 28th. It's free, but registration is required. To register, email your name and business to ctmarketing@conmedia.com, and we'll send you the details. October 28th is our marketing open house. Come see how our team will help your business grow. Email ctmarketing@conmedia.com. Time for you to be on the radio.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Two Austrian women who were switched at birth have finally met each other 35 years later.
Doris Grunewald and Jessica Baumgartner were born premature at a clinic in the Austrian city of Graz in 1990. In 2012, when Grunewald went to donate blood, she discovered she wasn't the biological daughter of her parents. In 2016, a TV documentary reported on the probable mix-up, and the clinic paid damages. But it wasn't until several years later that Baumgartner, pregnant for the first time, had blood tests that proved she was the missing child. The two women and their families just met for the first time, calling the reunion beautiful and awful all at once. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
Joan Kennedy, the first wife of the late Senator Edward Kennedy, has died at 89. She worked for the mentally challenged and other causes, but also struggled with her own mental health issues and alcoholism. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Showers ending early this afternoon, clearing by late in the day. It'll be on the windy side, cooler with a high in the mid-60s, and a gusty breeze developing out of the north. Clear and quite chilly this evening and overnight, below in the low to mid-40s. Thursday, sunny with a high of 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Lisa Wexler.
It's startling to realize that we had this huge gap in healthcare advocacy for us as Connecticut citizens and residents. We've had an Office of Healthcare Advocate, and they're very effective. Ted Doolittle did it for a while before he was decided to become an immigration judge, from which he was just fired a couple of weeks ago. That's another story. But we've had this gap in behavioral health. Behavioral health is euphemistic for mental health. And luckily, and we can be grateful, that the legislature decided to create this position of the first behavioral health advocate. And the first person to occupy that chair is sitting in a chair with me in the studio. His name is Howard Savronsky. He is a clinical social worker. He has been, in his past, he was the commissioner of the Nassau County Department of Mental Health and Developmental Disabilities, which means he knows everything. Because in Nassau County, which is an enormous county of probably well over 1 million people, right? Yeah. You probably saw everything. And prior to that, he was director of the Nassau County Division of Forensic Mental Health. He also, I understand, Howard, you also served the community as the head of Federation Greater Hartford. You did that too?
I was the president and CEO of the Jewish Federation of Greater Hartford.
Which, when people hear Jewish Federation, they don't really understand. It's a social services organization to a large degree.
It's a philanthropic community organization. Yeah.
That makes sure that the money gets delivered to a lot of social services in the community.
Correct.
Right?
We raise the money to support, all the social needs of the community.
So you are the first behavioral health advocate.
I am.
And I want to know from you, may I call you Howard?
Absolutely.
203-333-9422. We'll take your questions and comments. I want to know, what do you think this position is? What do you think your job is?
My job is very clear to me. My job is to help create better access to care. The mental health crisis, as we know it, has been around for many, many, many years, and it did not just start with the pandemic, although the pandemic certainly did bring greater attention to the issues. But the real problem is our system is fragmented. And for anybody who's tried to get care, we know how difficult it is to navigate the system of care.
Okay, I'm going to start with what I think is the biggest actual barrier to care.
Okay.
In mental health, as opposed to physical health, you need to see at least two people, one who will prescribe medicine and one who will talk to you about your problem for the same problem. How can we fix that?
Well, part of it is a workforce issue, that we're not training people to do those kinds of cross-professional services.
I think it's a licensing issue too,
well, it's
isn't
a licensing issue, but also let me just say that not everybody who needs behavioral health needs medication.
But many do.
Many do. And there is a shortage of prescribers. There is a shortage of psychiatrists who are available. Much of the prescribing is actually done by your primary care physicians,
who will not sit down and talk to you about your mental health problems.
Well, they generally are not trained.
That's correct.
They're not trained.
Right.
So we're doing a lot of work now in the state. There's been money put aside to train pediatric primary care providers, for example, to better understand the behavioral health dynamics of the children and the families that they come in contact with.
Okay, but children are another whole conversation
Right.
about whether we want to medicate children.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just go back to adults for a minute. We've got a world of adults who know that their best mental health is a combination of medicine with some talk therapy.
Correct.
But it's hard to access that because you have to make 2 phone calls and not one.
Some of the provider organizations, first clinics, do have both streams of professional services available.
Like what kind of places? Explain.
Clifford Beers, for example.
What's that?
It's one of the oldest community mental health centers in the country. It's right here in New Haven.
In New Haven.
In New Haven.
Okay.
And we have actually a pretty robust continuum of care in Connecticut. You know, we all talk about the problems of accessing care. The reality is that we have a really strong system of care. The problem is, how do you get people into those service centers? So there are community-based clinics that the state supports throughout the state of Connecticut. And in those clinics, you can get access to a prescriber and to a therapist.
At the same time?
At the same time.
Do you know of any in Fairfield County?
I'm sure there are. I don't have them off the top of my head. And I'm happy to get that list to you.
I would love to know that because I think that is a major barrier, when we talk about access, and that was the first thing you said is your job. I think that's a major barrier. People get exhausted thinking about how they're going to get their meds from one person and sit down and talk to. They get exhausted thinking about it.
Yeah. Part of it is that the people that are licensed to prescribe medicine are not all prepared to also provide psychotherapy.
Correct.
There was a time when psychiatry was cross-trained in both psychopharmacology and in delivering psychotherapy. And
that was the assumption.
Right. And now many psychiatrists are simply doing a pharmacological intervention and leaving the therapy to others. There's been a rise in the use of advanced practice nurses, for example.
Yes.
And APRNs are licensed in Connecticut and throughout the country to prescribe medication. And more folks are seeking medication through APRNs and not psychiatrists.
Yes, but are APRNs trained to give psychiatric talk care as well?
Many of them are.
They are?
Many of them are. And I guess my biggest pitch to the community is be a smart consumer. know what it is that you're looking for. You may not know how to fix it, but we have to be outcome driven, and we have to be bold and say, this is my problem. I have to find the right person to help me.
Okay, so we're chatting with Howard Savransky, who was our first Chief Behavioral Health Officer, and he is our first behavioral health advocate occupying this position. And you said you want to help create better access to care. What is your plan to do that?
So the office was set up to do that in two ways. One is to be an ombudsperson for providers who are having difficulty with the insurance industry, and as a result are pulling out of being part of networks of care.
Happens every day. Most of them won't be.
Most therapists now are not taking insurance, which limits the availability of choice to those that are insured.
That's terrible.
And we have there are ghost networks that are filled with people that really
What is a ghost network?
Ghost network are networks that when you look at and you're asked to see who's on the network, many of the people on the network are really no longer providing care.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So networks are shrinking.
Oh.
Providers are no longer interested and willing to work with the insurance industry, which leaves people who are working, who are insured, with very little options. And most time the only option is to go out of network, which is at a much higher price point than if they were able to get a network provider.
And the population of people so first of all, with mental health, I could argue that the biggest barrier to care is that a lot of people with mental health issues don't have any insight into their issues and don't want to seek treatment.
I think that applies to a small percentage, to be honest.
You think it's a small percentage?
Yeah, I do.
Maybe it's the percentage that I see. So in my head, it's a bigger percentage.
Yeah. I mean, I think people do resist, and I think part of that is the stigma that continues to be present in the minds of most Americans.
So ridiculous.
Right, about behavioral health. We're quick to go and see a cardiologist or an endocrinologist or a gastroenterologist, but we will walk around with our emotional pain hidden for much longer.
Yeah, but even if we acknowledge it, then we don't know where to go. It comes back to that.
Exactly. So,
but you're right. There are a lot of people with emotional pain who will cover it up for years before they'll cover up a tummy ache. You're right.
Right. Yeah.
It's true. Howard Savransky comes to the position of our first behavioral health care advocate from spending many, many years as commissioner of the Nassau County Department of Mental Health and Developmental Disabilities, and also as president of the National Association of Forensic Mental Health and chair of the annual conference. So, Howard, you've been immersed in healthcare as a policy, but also as how it's implemented to the general public for much of your life. Yeah. And so you said that your first goal is to be an ombudsman for providers so that they can call you and say, I'd like to get back into network, but it's unaffordable for me. How can you help me?
Well, usually they have very specific issues, that there's a rate issue, there's an issue around administrative burden.
Okay.
There's an issue around clawbacks, where the insurance company determines that claims that have already been paid were maybe not paid appropriately, and now they're asking for a repayment.
No way.
Oh, yeah.
That's a chutzpah.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely is.
Wow.
So those are issues. There's issues around credentialing. So many of the providers that are reaching out to me already are people that are either in network, considering leaving, but are trying to resolve the challenges that they're facing.
I have one for you.
Great.
I have one for you right now. No, big one.
Okay.
Listen, I get my health insurance from the state of Connecticut because I'm a probate judge. So it's like 200,000 people. I should mention this to Sean Scanlon. Listen to this. We call this sludge. Sludge is the word for when barriers are introduced for the average person to access the benefits they know they're allowed to get. And it's a very real thing.
Right.
So the other day, I was making a claim for a mental health provider for insurance, which I knew to be covered by my policy. They had a new box in the application form. They expected the provider to have a national health number. Now, this provider is licensed in the state of Connecticut. She's very well known. very smart, and very well respected, and has been doing it for 40 years. In the prior iteration, a year ago, the box wasn't there. Now there was a box. I called up the advocate who's supposed to help my system for me, and I said, I don't have a number for the box, and they will not let me submit the claim. And the person said, I don't know how to help you. I don't know why this box is here. You're right. This person is licensed to deliver therapy in Connecticut. She doesn't have a national ID number. She doesn't need a national ID number. Without the national ID number, I could not submit the claim. Mr. Healthcare Advocate, I'll be calling you.
I'm happy to accept the call.
But that's the entire state of Connecticut, all of us that are insured under the state of Connecticut.
Yeah. Most providers do have an MPI number.
That's what it was called.
Right.
But she didn't have one.
Yeah.
But it didn't mean that she wasn't,
wasn't licensed or equipped to handle your particular issues. I get it. And that's part of the issue. You know, the industry changes the rules. Sometimes appears arbitrarily.
I think so.
Right. And of course, it certainly seems as if it's an attempt to keep costs down.
Don't you think?
Yep.
So, okay. So if your first job is to help the providers, what's your second?
Second job is to help people who are seeking care.
Okay.
And I'm going to be working closely with our existing partners. I just spent 3 hours with United Way yesterday. And, you know, United Way runs the 211 helpline for the state.
United Way runs 211?
Yeah.
Oh, do they need help?
And 988, which is the National Suicide Hotline, comes through United Way.
Yeah.
So I'm very careful. I don't want to replicate what's already out there.
Okay.
So our office will be referring inquiries if necessary, if appropriate, to 912 the.
Okay, let's talk about that. Howard, how familiar with you right now are you with the efficiency of 211?
I'm pretty clear about what they can do and what they can't do, and that's what I was going to get to. So in my office, I say we're going to be handling the more complex cases of families and individuals who may have gone to 211, gotten an initial referral, and now find themselves unable to get either the right level of care or their conditions have changed, and they need a much more focused advocate who can really help them better navigate the system on a very personal level without having just to call the call center. So we're going to be working collaboratively with United Way and referring back and forth. And hopefully my office will be set up to provide a very specialized set of advocacy options for individuals and families who are not able to get what they need by the existing call center resources.
So do you know, are you aware, because I never assume anybody knows anything, why should you? But in inpatient psychiatric, there are many people who do not have family any longer willing to house them.
Correct.
And housing is a huge issue.
Huge issue.
And the hospitals are required to call 211 and wait just like anybody else. They don't have an expedited way, which I think they should, frankly, of helping to house someone to give them a safe discharge from a hospital setting.
So I think, I've been trying to get folks to understand that behavioral health doesn't exist in a silo or in a bubble. And if you're going to really be committed to addressing behavioral health, you have to address all of the health determinants that impact an individual that may affect their emotional well-being.
100%.
Right?
Yeah.
And housing, food insecurity are all those things. Now, I got to tell you, housing is probably one of the biggest challenges facing us today.
I know.
I was there at United Way, as I said yesterday. You're right. The housing line to call for housing, people have to wait now over 2 hours just to access a counselor. I've been working with a young man myself on my own personal advocacy efforts. I was 27 years old on mental health disability. Lives in Hartford. There's no HUD housing available or subsidized housing, and we know that the number of unhoused individuals and families continues to increase. So we're
it's not just that; it's the nature of who these people are.
Well, And like any community, there's a spectrum of people.
Yes, that's correct.
I mean, I've worked...
And it's complicated.
I've worked in homeless outreach, and I've been to tent encampments, both in Connecticut and in New York.
Wow.
And not everybody in those encampments are seriously mentally ill.
No,
or
but some are.
Some
That's
are.
right.
But not everybody.
Right.
And there are a lot of folks who live right on the margin.
I know.
And it's not, there by the grace of God, right? Any one of us could find ourselves in an economic crunch and wind up being homeless. And it's an issue that we as citizens, as concerned citizens, as policymakers need to begin to address.
But as a behavioral health advocate, I'm wondering, knowing the 2-hour call, do you think that that's a reasonable use of an LCSW in a hospital?
No.
Because they have to stay online for 2 hours of their working day when you have people with very specific issues and needs.
Correct. We don't have sufficient housing, therapeutic housing for folks coming out of hospitals.
We do.
We don't have it for kids as well.
Mm-hmm.
We dismantled many of the therapeutic group homes that we had for kids many, many years ago and never really rebuilt that. Our foster care system is stretched. So we've got all of these social issues that have to be addressed before we can expect positive emotional outcomes in our behavioral health system.
So this appointment that you have is for how long?
4 years.
4 years. And do you have a budget?
I have a budget. I have a budget to hire staff. I'm in the process now of getting my job descriptions approved, and hopefully we'll be able to post these positions shortly and hire staff and really begin to do the work that we've been assigned to do.
So if you're listening and you're having trouble accessing mental health benefits, mental health providers, what telephone number, what email should people find?
People can email me at behavioralhealthadvocate@ct.gov.
That's a very hard word for people to spell. That's a long one. You got a shorter one?
I can give you my name, but it's not that much shorter.
Your name is Howard Savransky.
Right.
It's a nice name. I'm thinking you should have a...
There will be, the website is being built.
Like,
there's going to be an 800 number that we're going to, put out. But the department started in the end of June.
Is there a website already?
Not yet. No,
Not yet.
It's being built. That's what I'm saying.
So it's behavioral health advocate at ct.gov?
Correct.
Okay. And what is do you have a telephone number for your office yet?
But I'm hardly in the office because I'm hybrid and I'm out a lot. So,
got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So behavioral health advocate, and that's spelled BEHAVIORIAL, behavioral health advocate at ct.gov.
Correct.
I'm very, very, I drill down very specifically when it comes to giving information to people because spelling and all these things, they end up being barriers.
Sure.
They do,
Absolutely.
actually. Behavioral health advocate at ct.gov. Howard, we're going to have to come up with something catchier, like mental help or something, mental health help at ct.gov. Because behavioral is a word used in language that is really a misnomer for what we mean.
Yeah. Well, it's a term of art at this point in our field. And what it really means is it encompasses both mental health and substance use disorder and developmental disability. So it's an umbrella
all
term
at once,
rather than just talking about mental health, but people just don't really see it as, including the broader spectrum of conditions. Correct?
Yes. Okay, but it is still mostly a term of art. The general public doesn't really know what we mean by that.
Many of the people who are professionals don't know what we mean by it.
Howard Savransky, you got a good sense of humor. You'll have to come back on the show. We're gonna want to be part of your progress and help you as much as we can here on WICC to get the word out.
I appreciate that.
We really will.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Showers ending early this afternoon, clearing by late in the day. It'll be on the windy side, cooler with a high in the mid-60s and a gusty breeze developing out of the north. Clear and quite chilly this evening and overnight, below in the low to mid-40s. Thursday, sunny with a high of 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to WICC 695.9. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Authorities in Los Angeles have charged a man with starting a blaze that became the deadly Palisades fire back in January. Michael Wallace reports.
29-year-old Jonathan Rinderknecht allegedly ignited the fire on New Year's Day. It exploded 6 days later, killing 12 people and destroying 6,800 homes and businesses. Acting U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley says investigators have found digital evidence,
including the defendant's ChatGPT prompt of a dystopian painting showing in part a burning forest and a crowd fleeing from it.
Rinderknecht is charged with felony destruction of property by means of fire.
Former FBI Director James Comey pleaded not guilty today in a criminal case that his lawyers insist is politically motivated. He's charged with lying to Congress 5 years ago. CBS's Scott McFarlane has the latest.
The defense says they're going to be filing their motion to dismiss this case, alleging it's a vindictive prosecution, and they're going to do so by October 20th in relatively short order. They also say they're going to file a motion to disqualify or seek the judge to disqualify the prosecutor in this case, who was just appointed, the new U.S. attorney here, Lindsay Halligan, appointed by the Trump administration after the prior U.S. attorney wouldn't bring this case forward and was ousted.
The government shutdown continues. The two sides no closer to getting an agreement, but Caitlin Huey-Burns reports the political wrangling is complicating efforts.
Republicans did have a strong argument heading into this, which was, look, this is just a basic, clean extension of government funding, and there's no reason that Democrats shouldn't agree to it because it's something that they agreed to in the past. What's complicating some things, though, in terms of their messaging is the messaging coming from the White House. This idea of laying off workers, not just furloughing them. Talking yesterday about not giving back pay, even though that would be against a law that was passed in 2019 after that last government shutdown.
Texas National Guard troops spent their first night at a U.S. Army Reserve Center in Illinois as the state challenges their deployment. Reporter Asal Rizai.
A source tells us the Texas National Guard is expected to begin their assignments before that court ruling, which is expected tomorrow. The source says the Illinois Guard will wait until after that ruling comes down to deploy.
The first wife of the late Senator Edward Kennedy has died, Joan Kennedy. She was 89. She struggled with mental health issues and alcoholism for much of her life. Her son Patrick praised her as an advocate for addiction recovery. On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are higher. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont this morning announced actions he is taking to protect the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, better known as WICC, during the ongoing government shutdown. The program provides support to low-income, pregnant, and breastfeeding women and children under the age of 5.
Those are the 50,000 moms and their newborns who get diapers and formula and support. There we only have reserves for, less than a week. We'll probably have to make up some of that shortfall in the near term and hope the feds get their act together.
The governor has pledged to use state surplus funds to keep federally funded programs like WICC open until the shutdown is resolved.
Trying to do what we can to figure out where we are most at risk. How much do we have in reserve so we know that we can keep things going for a while?
Despite this morning's rain, Governor Ned Lamont has declared a Stage 2 drought in southern Connecticut. Lamont is increasing the drought stage in Fairfield, New Haven, and Middlesex counties. The governor says the lack of rain over the last several months has impacted all of Connecticut. He says the increase to Stage 2 is to raise awareness that if the lack of rain continues, the drought could intensify. The state forest fire danger was high both Monday and yesterday because of the ongoing dry conditions. And the Hampton Inn and Suites Hotel in West Haven is for sale. The 98-room hotel on Sawmill Road was built in 2008. The current owners, the MCR Hotel Group, bought the property in 2018 for nearly $11 million. The hotel features a pool and other amenities and is located on a busy road near I-95 and next to a Texas Roadhouse restaurant. No asking price has been given by the owners. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Most midday road work has been canceled because of the rain that just left us. 95 in good shape both directions. Stamford to Norwalk, not too bad. Fairfield, Southport, Westport. Looking at a good ride on the Parkway, too. Equally as forgiving. Route 8's not too bad. We had an accident up on 95 near exit 34 in Milford. Looks like that's gone. Still have an accident working 84 in Southbury, though. That's a jackknife tractor trailer. Heavy delays westbound. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight. Low to mid-40s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So just when you wake up on a given day and say, hey, maybe Bridgeport is tapped out. Maybe there isn't going to be any more looniness, any more craziness, any more alleged funny business into and through Bridgeport. Something happens and you are dragged back into reality here. Something happens, and in the end, when you get the explanation of what has just happened, you say, well, yeah, sadly, it's Bridgeport, and you can see about 150,000 of the fine people that live in the city throwing their arms up and saying, what am I talking about today? Oh, and the story today has some familiar names. You'll be shocked when I give you the names. You will, the proverbial feather will knock you over. Well, can knock me over with a feather. Remember about a year and a half ago, there were allegations that a very familiar name in Bridgeport politics, Wanda Jeter Pataki. I wasn't making this up. This was the story. If you remember, I had my buddy, my pal, Paul Bass on from the New Haven Independent, who wrote a very long, very detailed story on how Wanda Jeter Pataki may have had a hand in what was being described as a marriage mill at New Haven Town Hall. And some marriages had been seen earlier by a New Haven clerk. I forget her name, but she was eventually, I think, kind of run out of her job. Because how dare she do her job and call the state and call the feds and said, hey, we have some scam marriages going here. But, of course, the leftists that now run the city of my birth, the great city of Elms in New Haven, harassed her enough where I think she's out of a job right now. But I think there may have been some sort of a settlement there. But anyway, well, you would, and that was about a year and a half ago, and I swear to you, few days ago, I was thinking about that story because had been reading the New Haven Independent. I had been, researching some stuff, and I said, geez, I wonder what happened to that marriage mill. Well, guess what? Sham marriages are apparently, and again, innocent till proven guilty, I get it, but just as when the New Haven story broke, there were other allegations of, I think, things happening in Southington and Bridgeport and the town of Trumbull as well. Well, guess what? Apparently, according to a very well-written and seems to be a well-researched story here in the Connecticut Post, apparently true love, my friends, love is in the air. It looks like we have sham marriages in Bridgeport. I'm shocked. Aren't you? You mean people, Paul, would be coming here to soak up immigrant benefits? I'm kidding. Yes. And I urge you, if you have access to any of the Hearst publications, the New Haven Register, the Connecticut Post, the Norwalk Hour, the Stamford Advocate, make sure you read this story. A story by Joshua Eaton, Brianna Gersulo, and our buddy Brian Lockhart, who's been on the show here several times. The headline says it all, kids. Why couples traveling to Connecticut to wed are raising questions about sham marriages. Oh, how dare questions be raised? I'm sure, especially in these quickie marriages where one person might not be a U.S. citizen. Oh, stop it, Paul. This is about love. Oh, come on. L is for the way you look at me. Sorry. O is for the only one I see. Come on, V is very, very... I'm sorry, I just when I think marriage, I think love, I think dedication. What's your name again? I think love, I think dedication to people till death do us part, or till we can be hitched and look, I'm just telling you what's in this story, okay? But let's get into the details, shall we? Why couples traveling to Connecticut to wed are raising questions about sham marriages. You're kidding. Sham marriages in Bridgeport? I'm shocked. Oh, my God. E is everyone that... Oh, sorry. I'm just, of course this is love. Stop. Bridgeport has about 130 justices of the peace. This is not me saying this. This is from the Hearst story. I swear you have to read this. Your head's going to explode. Have somebody there with a wet mop. Have a loved one there with a wet mop, because your head is going to shatter when you hear this story. And the best part of this whole thing is nobody will do anything about it. Don't look at us. Oh, how do we know these marriages aren't based in love? Is all that I can give to you in Bridgeport. Bridgeport has about 130 justices of the peace. That's according to the city's website. Officials who are authorized under Connecticut state law to officiate marriages at their discretion. Of 4 women who officiated the majority of weddings in Connecticut's biggest city in May, records show. Now, do these names ring a bell here? Let's play a little game show. When you recognize a name, just go ding, 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 ding. Ready? Give me a shot here. Try it. Ding, 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 ding. There you go. Records show that from May, 4 women officiated the majority of weddings. Quickie weddings. Right? Wanda Jeter Pataki, a former city employee and vice chair of the Democratic Town Committee. I'm shocked. City Councilwoman Enaida Martinez. Are you shocked? And 2 of Enaida Martinez's daughters, Jasmine Cooper and Jamisha Cooper. Again, folks, don't shoot me. I'm just the messenger here. On many weekdays, either Wanda, Jeter, Pataki, or Martinez was found camped in community rooms toward the back of the government center, first floor waiting room for couples to come back for quick marriage ceremonies. In May, over 60% of all the weddings in Bridgeport were officiated by one of the four, records show. Well over half of those were between, here it is, folks, here it is. Wake up, Bridgeport, wake up, Connecticut. Now, this comes as what did we talk about all yesterday? Not enough money because we're giving out benefits to illegals. Well over half of those weddings were between a citizen and a non-citizen who appeared to come from out of state. The volume of marriages, especially those between a citizen and a non-citizen, because, of course, everybody gets up in the morning and says, I'm a citizen, I'm just going to marry this non-citizen. Because it's love is all that I can give to you. The volume of marriages could increase the likelihood that some of these marriages were shams intended solely to obtain an immigration benefit. Oh, no. Tell me that doesn't happen. And we've only been talking about this for a couple of years after it popped up, reared its head in New Haven. Oh, no. They love this country. How could they be just coming for the benefits? Now, when we come back, I'll tell you why New Haven, Bridgeport, Trumbull, other cities and towns in Connecticut are becoming magnets for this. And I'll ask the question, do you think that our esteemed men and women in the General Assembly will change the law to battle this? No, they won't. You know why they won't? Because Trump.
You listen to WICC for your favorite talk, but you also want to know what's happening around your neighborhood. We've heard you, and now you're getting more news on the Voice of Connecticut. Live and local news updates at the top and bottom of every hour. If it's happening in and around Fairfield County, we'll let you know about it first. All day, every day, even weekends too. The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield Mobile Service Plus is the next generation of door-to-door maintenance and repair. Enhance your Chevrolet, GMC, or Cadillac ownership experience by making your vehicle maintenance easier. Our technicians come to you at home or work with Mobile Service Plus. Experience next-level service from Maritime Chevrolet in Fairfield. World-class technicians, superior professionalism, and customer care starts at MaritimeChevy.com. That's MaritimeChevy.com.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese. On a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a Big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food, served fast.
Step into a storybook fantasy at Sacred Heart University's Discovery Science Center and Planetarium. Join us Friday, October 24th from 7 to 10 p.m. for Treasured Pages, a classic fairy tale ball. This year's Enchanting Masquerade Gala. Step into the story and dress to impress in your favorite fairy tale style. Enjoy a night of magic, music, amazing food, and themed cocktails. Don't miss this magical evening. Treasured Pages, Masquerade Gala. Reserve your tickets now at shudiscovery.org. All proceeds supporting STEAM education for kids and adults.
Snakes, zombies, sharks, heights, speaking in public. The list of fears is endless. But while you're clutching your blanket in the dark, wondering if that sound in the hall was actually a footstep, the real danger is in your hand, when you're behind the wheel. And while you might think a great white shark is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Both 95 and the Parkway northbound are a good ride, and we have the rain to thank for that. Most midday construction was canceled. Southbound's looking good on both roadways. Just a little bit of volume on 95 into Stamford. Still pretty quiet Route 8 getting up into the valley into Milford, Orange, West Haven. 95's okay. The one trouble spot is 84 West. Still have that jackknife tractor trailer near exit 14 in Southbury. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear and chilly, low to mid-40s. Thursday, sunny with a high of 60. Friday, sunny in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just a man, a microphone, and a lot of thoughts. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Tell you, there is never, people ask me, they say, how do you do 4 hours of just talking on the air? I said, well, you have to understand something. We do a lot of other stuff. Chris's news, our national news, commercials, traffic, weather. So, I'm not actually talking for 4 hours. And somebody says, well, how long do you talk? I said, about 2 hours and 35 minutes, 2 hours and 40 minutes. Well, that's still a long time. And I say, well, yeah, it is, but it really isn't when you do it in and around the city of Bridgeport. Now, again, I'm not in any way pillaring the fine people of Bridgeport, the people that are in Bridgeport, some of whom want good governance. But, man, this is the gift that just never stops giving. I guess now in Bridgeport, as we found out in New Haven about a year and a half ago, and as I guess is going on in Trumbull, you folks in Trumbull, have you heard about this? There's another allusion in this story that there's a sham marriage operation going on in Trumbull. Why couples traveling to Connecticut to wed are raising questions about sham marriages. Now, there's an easy way to slow this down. But I will ask this question now. You folks in the Democratic majority in Hartford, Bob Duff, Martin Looney, Jason Rojas, Matt Ritter, Ned Lamont, you going to do anything about this? Or what could we do? Well, you know what you can do? Get rid of something that Connecticut does that is acting as a magnet here. Apparently, unlike in other states, including neighboring New York, couples in Connecticut can get a license to get married and get married on the same day. Who thought that was a good idea? That's the first thing that has to go. Get rid of the ability in this state to get a marriage license and then get married the same day. No, that's not necessary. Well, we love each other so deeply. Well, then you can wait a few days. Says here in this story, a spokesperson for the city of Bridgeport. Now get this. Now, folks, if this is not Connecticut, I don't know what is. Right? By the way, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, especially in a story like this. I know there are some people that may not want to go on the radio because your your voices will be recognized. So if you have any information about this, about these alleged, the marriage mill going on allegedly, let's be kind now on one aspect of it. Innocent till proven guilty, but some of the names, look, don't get mad at me if you're one of these people named in this story or you hear somebody screaming at me on the radio. Don't kill the messenger here, Toots. I'm not naming the names here. Hearst is. But see, we can talk about it here. Can't talk about it anywhere else. So if you have any information about marriage scams or stuff you see at City Hall, text me. I won't mention your name. I won't mention your town. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. A Bridgeport spokesperson says it's not the city's responsibility to police marriages. The Connecticut Department of Public Health, which maintains state marriage records, says it's not their responsibility either. So both the state and the city of Bridgeport, according to this story that I'm reading from here, say no, it's a law enforcement issue, but the Connecticut State Police are not investigating the issue. The state's attorney's office for Bridgeport says it's not gotten any related criminal referrals. And state law now you know where this comes from, protect the illegals. State law places strict limits on when and how local and state law enforcement agencies can cooperate with the feds. Some cities have their own prohibitions. Remember this. A woman in New Haven had to retire last year after an outside investigation commissioned by the city found that she may have violated state and city policies because she reported her concerns about scam marriages to the feds. So that's where we are here in Connecticut, folks. Don't look at me. It's not my responsibility. And if anybody dares to point out some phony marriages here or a marriage scam, who'll get in trouble? The person that raised the red flag. Because that's what we do here in Connecticut. Maddening. Maddening. And I'm shocked at the names, aren't you? Shocking. Wanda Jeter Pataki, Enaida Martinez, and two of her daughters. Don't get mad at me saying, hey, what are you dragging their names through the mud? I ain't dragging nobody's name through nothing. It's in the paper. Now, here's a question I have. Now, of course, we have my, I have my first, what can I say? All right. I just got a text here. Okay, this person does. All right, let's just say, I don't want to get this person perhaps in trouble. Let's just say the first couple of texts I got from somebody seem to corroborate the story here. But let me ask you this. Why can't we change this law? Should Connecticut still allow same-day marriage licenses and marriages by justices of the peace? Is that really necessary? All right, if somebody's on their deathbed, all right. Geez, does your fiance speak English here? Do you speak English? English, do you speak it?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Relatively delay-free through Fairfield County 95 in the Parkway. Most midday roadwork's been canceled because of the earlier rain, and we have no major accidents to speak of. Route 8 looks pretty good into the valley. The connector's moving for you. New Haven County, pretty good 95 in the Parkway. Still have a tractor-trailer accident westbound 84 at exit 14 in Southbury with heavy delays. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight. Low to mid-40s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Terry's Tiny Homes, Terry! Terry! Sure, as the only employee of her company, Terry was probably the front runner, but saving money getting personalized discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive, well, that gave Terry the edge. Over Terry.
Terry, Terry.
Keep awkwardly
Terry,
chanting your own name, Terry. You deserve it. Woo! Be your own Terry. See if you could save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth. He discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
1 in 8 women will face breast cancer. But the Breast Cancer Research Foundation is changing that. With breakthroughs in prevention and treatment, we're not just saving lives, we're rewriting the future, giving those diagnosed more time to not just survive, but thrive. This is the moment. This is the mission. Support breast cancer research. Until 1 in 8 is none in 8.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. Los Angeles authorities have charged a 29-year-old man with starting a fire on January 1st that later destroyed the Pacific Palisades neighborhood.
The complaint unsealed today charges the defendant with destruction of property by means of fire, a felony that carries a mandatory minimum 5-year federal prison sentence and is punishable by up to 20 years in federal prison.
Jonathan Rinderknecht allegedly lit the fire on New Year's Day, but it continued to smolder underground before reigniting during high winds. Acting U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley.
The defendant was arrested yesterday on a federal criminal complaint near his Florida residence, and he's expected to make his initial appearance today in the federal court in Orlando.
The fire killed 12 people and destroyed more than 6,000 homes and buildings. CBS News special report. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Arson is the suspected cause of a fire at a Bridgeport auto shop that displaced 15 residents in an adjacent apartment building. The fire was reported early Sunday morning at Bros Custom Care Clinic at the corner of Connecticut and Union Avenues and destroyed the shop building. Multiple vehicles were also destroyed by the fire. A $2,500 reward is being offered for information that leads to an arrest and conviction in the case. No injuries are reported after the crash of a school bus that was carrying 11 children in Waterbury. The bus apparently backed into a utility pole yesterday morning on Rosario Drive. Police described the crash as minor. None of the children or the driver were hurt, and the damage to the bus is minor. A 25-year-old man is under arrest, charged with murder for the deaths of his parents Monday night in Waterbury. Javion Adams is accused of shooting his 51-year-old mother, Carlene Williams, and his 55-year-old father, Mark Adams. The victims were found by officers in a house on Beverly Avenue around 11 p.m. Police said Javion Adams was on probation for previous domestic violence arrests. The town of Oxford has purchased 340 acres of open space for just over $1 million. The land purchase is being paid for with funds left to the town by the estate of longtime resident Marion Strong. The property is located along Quaker Farms Road, not far from the town border with Southbury. The land was part of the estate of David Schreiber. It will only be zoned for soft recreational use. This evening, Democratic 3rd District Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro will be hosting a virtual town hall to discuss health care costs, including expiring Affordable Care Act tax credits and changes to Medicare. Both of those issues have been central to the ongoing government shutdown, and DeLauro has been adamant that addressing health care costs is essential to bringing down the cost of living nationwide.
People today live paycheck to paycheck.
They're trying to pay for their health care costs, for their grocery costs, for electricity, for an apartment, or to pay a mortgage. Health care costs are at the top of that list.
Residents can participate by visiting deloro.house.gov/live at 5:30 this evening. Connecticut Children's Health System is getting a new CEO. Shannon Sullivan, who is currently president and chief operating officer at Women's and Infant Hospital in Providence, will assume the leadership role in Hartford in early January. John Rubin, the chair of Connecticut Children's Board of Directors, said Sullivan's experience, vision, values, and leadership will propel the system forward in the care of children and families in Connecticut and the region. This morning at 10 o'clock, Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim and city officials announced the launch of Bridgeport Promise, a municipally and privately funded scholarship program designed to reduce the cost of college for hundreds of high school seniors. In order to qualify, students must have at least a 3.0 GPA, be a Bridgeport resident, and have a good disciplinary record. Plans for the scholarship were first announced in 2023, but have been delayed due in part to ongoing budget issues in the city. A judge has rejected an appeal of the tax assessment on the Stu Leonard's grocery store in Danbury. Stu Leonard's has argued that the unique design of its building on Federal Road entitles it to a reduction of its property tax assessment of $4.6 million. The judge ruled that Stu's failed to prove that it has been aggrieved, and the appeal of the assessment has been dismissed. That means the grocery chain must pay its full $426,000 tax bill to the city. Yesterday, state Republicans held a news conference to announce new proposals aimed at identifying fraudulent nonprofit organizations. The proposals are aimed at increasing transparency on how nonprofit funds are being spent in the midst of what GOP lawmakers, including Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding, call a culture of corruption in state government.
I remember as a kid growing up in this state, used to hear the word corrupt-a-kid. And we had an incredible governor in Governor Rell who implemented measures to move us away from that image. And this governor always speaks to our image. And unfortunately, we're moving back towards that trend.
One proposal would require nonprofits seeking state funding to also have contracts with the state on how that money would be spent. Wolcott Senator Rob Sampson gave some examples of nonprofits that he feels to be too extreme for state funding.
Integrated Refugee and Immigrant Services. They receive $225,000 that comes from the taxpayers of Connecticut. They actually have things on their website saying that they train people how to deal with ICE. You have Anchor Health Initiative. We've given them $400,000 effectively for LGBTQ, but also for trans type of policy and even surgeries and other types of things that they might call healthcare.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
If you have the luxury of being able to leave early, now's a good time to do it. We have pretty much delay-free conditions, both 95 and the Parkway. A little bit of company on the Parkway by the New Canaan Rest. That's about it. It's up on 95, minor delays into Stamford. Route 8 still looks pretty good up into the valley. New Haven County equally as forgiving on 95 and the Parkway. And the truck accident still works westbound 84 at exit 14 in Southbury. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear and chilly, low to mid-40s. Thursday, sunny with a high of 60. Friday, sunny in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, about a year and a half ago, a year and change ago, I remember I had my buddy, my pal, Paul Bass on this show. From the New Haven Independent. He wrote a great story about, one of the vice chairs of the Bridgeport Democratic Party, Wanda Jeter Pataki, in the middle of what she's dealing with regarding the ballot stuffing allegations and all that. She was allegedly running a marriage scam or a marriage mill, allegedly, out of New Haven City Hall. And apparently, I don't know if she received any penalties about. Now, the woman that only in Connecticut, only in how, as our buddy Steve Harding said there in the news, only in Corrupticate Can a person, and this happened in New Haven, this is how, as my late father used to say, when Dad was upset, he would say, it sounds half-assed. We're the half-assed state. Only in Connecticut can a person get in trouble because they call the state or call the feds and say there may be some fraudulent marriages going on here. And that happened about a year and a half ago. And allegedly, don't get mad at me, folks, if you know any of these people. Although by the text messages I'm getting, it's like, well, yeah. Don't get mad at me if you're one of these people or know any of these people. This is in the Connecticut Insider, Hearst Connecticut Media. It's not me saying it. That apparently there are questions now about an inordinate amount of marriages being performed by several justices of the peace, among them Wanda Jeter Pataki, Enaida Martinez, and two of her daughters, who are apparently justices of the peace. And even Hearst is saying here, hey, you run these numbers, something might be a little odd here. And again, in true chasing your tail fashion, the city of Bridgeport says, hey, it ain't our responsibility to police marriages. The state health department, which maintains the state marriage record database, says, hey, don't look at us. Look at the other person. No, look at law enforcement. But then the state police are not investigating the issue. State law places strict limits on when and how local agencies can cooperate with the federal immigration officials. Because in this state, we sometimes put migrants or illegals on the same pedestal as Jesus H. Christ. Oh, don't question. They say there's an infallibility of the Pope and of God. Well, there's an infallibility of migrants here in the state. It's maddening. It's maddening. This is not meant to be pro or anti-migrant or anybody who wants to legitimately get married. But here is the second story in about a year and change, oddly enough, involving one of the same people. And again, the dummies in this state, they all look at each other and say, well, don't look at us. Or, no. You're afraid to do something. That's the problem. Even if it's doing something that may not totally encompass changing the situation. Here's the problem. Too many people in this state, too many people in Bridgeport, too many people in Hartford, too many people in New Haven, too many people in the General Assembly they're just afraid. Well, if we say something, if you say something, what? Finish the sentence. Don't leave me with a dangling participle on this one. Mind-numbing. Bridgeport, now this is not my reporting, this is Hearst, so don't get mad at me. Don't shoot the messenger. Bridgeport has about 130 justices of the peace. Of those, just 4 justices of the peace officiated the majority of weddings in Connecticut's largest city in May. The volume of marriages, especially those between a citizen and a non-citizen, could increase the likelihood that some of these marriages were shams intended totally to obtain immigration benefits. You think? You think? Now, they come to Connecticut because, for example, as Hearst points out here, New York state law requires at least 24 hours when a license is issued and when a marriage can take place. Under Connecticut law, they can both happen the same day. What a dumb idea. You think maybe we should change this? But I know if somebody introduces a bill on the Republican side to change it, you know what we're going to hear? They're going to whip out the D word. You're disenfranchising people who love each other. Oh, it's love. Can't you tell? So you tell me, here's our question of the day. Should Connecticut still allow same-day marriage licenses and same-day marriages by justices of the peace? Or is this just a big fat scam that illegals are taking advantage of?
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Sono Collision, Fairfield County's best for top quality collision repairs. We deliver unmatched precision and care to restore your vehicle. Trust us for excellence. Visit sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
If you have the luxury of being able to leave early, now's a good time to do it. We have pretty much delay-free conditions, both 95 and the Parkway. A little bit of company on the Parkway by the New Canaan Rest. That's about it. It's up on 95, minor delays into Stamford. Route 8 still looks pretty good up into the Valley. New Haven County equally as forgiving on 95 and the Parkway. And the truck accident still works westbound 84 at exit 14 in Southbury. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight, low to mid 40s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The voice of Connecticut is WICC 600 and 95.9. Now, back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
I don't know. I just can't figure it out. Help me out here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We had almost this same situation in New Haven about a year and change ago, where we had the vice chair of the Bridgeport Democratic Party, Wanda Jeter Pataki, allegedly running a scam marriage operation with, let's face it, people marrying illegals they're not related to or had no idea about just to get, an opportunity to stay in the country. That's a law that you got to change. Well, Paul, why? Because it's being abused. Well, let's go after the people abusing it. Well, I'm all for that. Is anybody going to do it? Is anybody in this state? Now, keep an eye when the General Assembly meets in special session, if they do it this month, or they meet in the short session coming up on next year, because it's an election year. They don't want to have to do too much to get people upset at them. But, think about it. Is anything going to happen because of this? Now, people are already saying, I'm seeing reaction to this story elsewhere. People are already saying, well, it's not a crime to get married. All right, maybe it isn't, but come on. If it walks like a duck, if it cracks like a duck, what it quacks or cracks. You know what this is. But again, even if you mention it to the feds, you mention it to the state, you get in trouble. Look at what happened to that woman in New Haven. She is now, I guess she was forced to retire. The investigation found many New Haven marriages were raising red flags, indicating a larger operation involving individuals and officials who were possibly connecting couples for immigration purposes. I'm shocked. However, it also said the official acted inappropriately as a self-appointed agent for the U.S. Customs and Immigration Service. So that's where we are. Nothing's going to happen because of this. Because this state and the big cities in this state, they care more about illegals and foreigners than they care about you or me or anybody's tax money being wasted. It's just a fact. It's just a fact. So now this is the second time we've seen this happening allegedly in a big city. If you read the story both about a year ago in the New Haven Independent and this one, there are other cities and towns. I guess they keep mentioning Trumbull. If there's anybody listening from the Trumbull town hall there, if you want to clue me in, if you don't want to come on the radio per se, you can text me at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Ephraim in Norwalk. Ephraim, how are you, sir? Ephraim, are you there?
Yes. I want to chime in on the marriage for papers.
Yeah.
I'm Colombian, right? A U.S. citizen from Colombia. I was born in Colombia, U.S. citizen now.
Okay.
They offer up to $15,000 to get married for that. So a lot of younger men are doing it for the women, right? And a lot of men are paying younger women to do this. So if it's $10,000, $15,000, a lot of people take their cash because a lot of the money that people who make, that work illegally in this country, they make cash. So they could save up $10,000 in cash and fork it over to somebody to get paper.
So they will, Ephraim, so you're saying is they will consent to have a marriage conducted by a justice of the peace saying, well, hey, now I'm married. Now it'll be much more difficult to kick me out of the country, and I can still stay and work, and the 10 or 15 or $5,000 I fork over, it's kind of like the cost of doing business. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Do you know of this? Do you know of this going on in areas of the state?
I was offered $15,000, but I didn't take it because I was like, I'm not going to get married for $15,000. It was more important to me to, do it for the right reason. So I didn't take it, but I was offered multiple times.
Really?
Up to $20,000. Yep.
Wow. So they knew that you had legal status in this country.
Yeah,
you're an American citizen. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So they're like, oh, you're an American citizen. I had some very beautiful women, but it was like, they had they have children and a husband, and you know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm not going to do that. I didn't feel comfortable with it.
No, that's good.
It's not the right thing to do.
I think you made the right choice, my friend. I think you did. Wow.
Yeah. Thank you. But
all right,
that's what's going on. That's how that's happening.
All right, Ephraim, thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Thank you for cluing me in here. How about that? He got offered, what did he say, 10, 15 large to do that? Wow. How come any good-looking foreign women don't make that offer to me? Come on. Chris, I'll invite you to the wedding. What's your name again, Toots? Wilhelmina? What's the matter, Chris? You wouldn't come to my sham wedding? Come on. I'll make sure we have the 10-piece McNugget. It'll be great. We'll have all kinds of dipping sauce. Oh, man. All right, Ephraim in Norwalk. Thank you, so well. There you go. It's all. But here's the thing. What are we going to do about it? Now, I know there are going to be people saying, well, Paul, come on, these people just want to stay here. It's a private transaction between two people. And I guess that's the problem. I could walk up to somebody on the street, or somebody could come up to me, or I could walk up to somebody and say, hey, do you want to marry me? And then they call the cops. And then I'm on the phone in jail going, hey, Chris, can you come and bail me out? No. But I guess that's the sticking point here now. It technically is not illegal for anybody to want to marry anybody through a justice of the peace. So, as was pointed out in that story that the New Haven Independent did concerning Ms. Jeter Pataki and other people, saying, well, hey, nobody is being forced into these marriages, which I guess I understand is technically right. But how about putting up a few more hurdles, not to make it impossible. Well, Paul, what if you stand in the way of love? Well, too bad. Well, you're going to wait a while, wait a week or so. What if somebody's on their deathbed? Well, maybe there could be special dispensation. Maybe you call in a court official. Maybe you call in a judge. I don't know. But, folks, I urge you to read this. I wanted to start the show with it today. You may think this is fine and dandy. I don't. But part of my job here is to make sure that you know this is going on. And again, it's right here, Hearst Connecticut Media, CT Insider, Connecticut Post, and all that. Why couples traveling to Connecticut to wed are raising concerns about sham marriages. And maybe even more disconcerting than the sham marriages is what the repressionist state of Connecticut does to you, as this woman in New Haven found out. And I guess as somebody in Bridgeport could find out if they're too loud about it, they come after you. The state of Connecticut and these big blue left-leaning cities, they don't go after the sham marriages. They would go after you or me or you over there or me or you in the back row if we blew the whistle on this and we said, hey, there's something funny going on about this. Oh, how dare you? How dare you not let me marry my sweetheart? Who's your sweetheart? What's your name, honey?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Still a good ride on both 95 and the Parkway if you're trying to make your way Stamford up to Norwalk. Same story getting up into Bridgeport. Route 8's not too bad through the valley. We have an accident southbound exit 26 in Naugatuck. Pretty good ride, New Haven County 95 in the Parkway. Westbound 84 still jammed with the truck accident by exit 14 in Southbury. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear and chilly, low to mid 40s. Thursday, sunny with a high of 60. Friday, sunny in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hello, Fairfield County. You're invited to enjoy the R.D. Cinto Free Community Shakespeare Event Series at R.D. Cinto in Shelton. Nights with Shakespeare features a dramatic weekly play reading of The Winter's Tale with actor Leo Schaff. Nights with Shakespeare is free and open to the public. It's every Tuesday at 6:30, now through December 16th at the Cinto Auditorium at 3 Corporate Drive in Shelton. Learn more and attend. Go to nightswithshakespeare.com for more info.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Yeah, so apparently now again, if somebody says, oh yeah, I really love her. What's your name again? What? I didn't hear it. No, look, I understand you cannot quantify whether somebody actually wants to get married or loves somebody or whatever. But again, you just read this story in the Hearst publications, and you see that there are, allegedly what appear to be sham marriages. And you may say, well, Paul, that's between them. If there's a personal problem or a legal problem between them, that's why we have lawyers. Yeah, but what if the scam husband or the scam wife says, hey, now I can get some, migrant benefits because I am married to an American? Could that be the intent here?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Authorities in California said today they've charged a man with starting a deadly and destructive fire back in January. Acting U.S. Attorney Bill Haley.
We are announcing the arrest of 9-year-old Jonathan Rinderknecht for igniting a fire that ultimately burned down Palisades earlier this year. People destroying and businesses.
Today, the charges he lied to Congress 5 years ago. It's a case his lawyers may argue is politically motivated. Legal contributor Caroline Polisi.
As a defense attorney, I would think that his attorneys will be requesting discovery sooner rather than later, fleshing out exactly what the government is alleging that Comey has done wrong, because that indictment, it is, paper thin. There is not much information about what the government is essentially alleging.
Comey's indictment came after President Trump publicly implored Attorney General Pam Bondi to take action against Comey and other perceived adversaries. Comey's trial has been set for January 5th. The Senate has failed again to end the government shutdown. A coalition of labor unions representing government and transportation workers demanded today that lawmakers find a way out of the mess. Sarah Nelson is international president of the Association of Flight Attendants.
A dismantling of our healthcare system and millions of people about to lose their health care, and federal workers who are going without work and without a paycheck, or at work and being told that they won't even get back pay.
As a judge weighs President Trump's deployment of National Guard troops to Illinois, the governor reiterated today the federal government's not communicating with state officials about what's going on. Reporter Uba Ali says that's also concerning the governor of Minnesota.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker says he's completely in the dark about the mission and says local police haven't been briefed either.
It's deeply concerning. We don't know exactly where this is going to end.
Governor Walz says he's preparing for the same scenario.
We fall into exactly what it looks like they're trying to target, blue cities. You can certainly chill voting.
The U.S. Marshals say the only escaped inmate who remained on the run after a New Orleans jailbreak in May has been captured. 10 men broke out of the jail. Derek Groves evaded authorities for nearly 5 months. On Wall Street, stocks are higher. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
Sherry, what have you done to your hair?
What do you mean? Does it not look good?
It doesn't look good. It looks freaking amazing. I can't believe how thick and healthy it looks. Oh, I must know your secret.
No secret. It's hair volume from New Nordic.
Hair volume, huh? Well, it certainly lives up to its name. Your hair has never looked so thick. It is gorgeous.
I was so tired of having thin and brittle hair. Ugh, and the shedding. So I figured I'd give hair volume a try. Needless to say, I'm thrilled with the results. Hey, where are you going?
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
This morning at 10 o'clock, Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim and city officials announced the launch of Bridgeport Promise, a municipally and privately funded scholarship program designed to reduce the cost of college for hundreds of high school seniors. In order to qualify, students must have at least a 3.0 GPA, be a Bridgeport resident, and have a good disciplinary record. Plans for the scholarship were first announced in 2023, but have been delayed due in part to ongoing budget issues in the city. Arson is the suspected cause of fire at a Bridgeport auto shop that displaced 15 residents in an adjacent apartment building. The fire was reported early Sunday morning at Bros Custom Care Clinic at the corner of Connecticut and Union Avenues and destroyed the shop building. Multiple vehicles were also destroyed by the fire. A $2,500 reward is being offered for information that leads to an arrest and conviction in the case. A judge has rejected an appeal of the tax assessment on the Stu Leonard's grocery store in Danbury. Stu Leonard's had argued that the unique design of its building on Federal Road entitles it to a reduction of its property tax assessment of $4.6 million. The judge ruled that Stu's failed to prove that it has been aggrieved, and the appeal of the assessment has been dismissed. That means the grocery chain must pay its full $426,000 tax bill to the city. No injuries are reported after the crash of a school bus that was carrying 11 children in Waterbury. The bus apparently backed into a utility pole yesterday morning on Rosario Drive. Police described the crash as minor. None of the children or the driver were hurt, and the damage to the bus is minor. And this evening, Democratic 3rd District Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro will be hosting a virtual town hall to discuss healthcare costs, including expiring Affordable Care Act tax credits and changes to Medicare. Both of those issues have been central to the ongoing government shutdown, and DeLauro has been adamant that addressing healthcare costs is essential to bringing down the cost of living nationwide.
People today live paycheck to paycheck. They're trying to pay for their health care costs, for their grocery costs, for electricity, for an apartment, or to pay a mortgage. Health care costs are at the top of that list.
Residents can participate by visiting delauro.house.gov/live at 5:30 this evening. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
We have our first accident in the afternoon. It's southbound on the Parkway as you start to get into the no exit zone by exit 27, the old exit 44. Otherwise, a good trip northbound Stamford all the way up pretty much. Not too bad on 95, some company into Stamford, a light build up into Westport. Route 8 still looks pretty good, and the accident cleared westbound 84 near exit 14 in Southbury. That was the earlier truck accident. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight, low to mid-40s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, if you haven't already seen this, I want you to read this. I very rarely give you homework assignments or day work assignments, or maybe you can do this on the weekend. If you have access to the Hearst, Connecticut media print properties there, this one is in the Connecticut Post, it's in the Connecticut Insider, and this sounds oddly like the story that my buddy Paul Bass broke at the New Haven Independent about a year and a half ago, concerning, at least to some extent, don't blame me, I'm just telling you what's in the paper here, the vice chair of the Bridgeport Democratic Party, Wanda Jeter Pataki, under a story that reads, quote, "Why couples traveling to Connecticut to wed are raising questions about sham marriages." Bridgeport has about 130 justices of the peace, according to the city. Of those, 4 women officiated the majority of weddings in Connecticut's largest city in May. Records show Wanda Jeter Pataki, a former city employee and the vice chair of the Democratic Town Committee, City Councilwoman Eneida Martinez, also a Democrat, and two of her daughters, Jasmine Cooper and Jamisha Cooper. On many weekdays, either Jeter Pataki or Martinez was found camped in community rooms toward the back of Government Center's first floor, waiting for couples to come back for quick marriage ceremonies. In May, over 60% of the weddings in Bridgeport were officiated by one of the four. Well over half of those were between a U.S. citizen and a non-citizen who appeared to come from out of state. It's not just bad enough they're a non-citizen, they're coming from out of state. There's a shock. Of the 94 marriages performed by other Bridgeport justices of the peace in May, only 2 fit the pattern of the other ones, which involved a person from out of state who may not be a U.S. citizen. I'm stunned. I'm just shocked. All right, let's go back to the phones. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Chris, I think my screen is hiccuping here a little. So, Mr. Williams, if you could pick up Ken in Bridgeport for me. We'll start with Ken. Ken, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, Bill, how's it going? Yeah, I can't believe this. And they don't even want to allow marriages for first cousins in Connecticut anymore. What's this world coming to?
Yeah. So they're concerned about the first cousins, Ken, but they're not concerned about illegals. I'm shocked, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, she's got a good career. She's probably go into bank robbery. She can get away with everything that she does.
All right, Ken, thanks. Appreciate it, Ken. Thank you. Let's not allude to serious crimes there like bank robbery. But having said that, I don't know. I guess there's no crime involved here. They're not alleging any crimes. But there's a difference between committing a crime, perhaps, and abusing a system. And this, to me, at least at first blush to me, I'm no expert here, it's the people at Hearst who did this story and the people at the New Haven Independent who did the other story. And both stories say, hey, this is becoming a big concern by cities and towns all over the state. So my question is, what are our inimitable state lawmakers going to do about it? Or will the Democratic majority, as usual, do nothing? Because they'll get up there and say, oh, no, we can't disenfranchise migrants who are coming to the U.S. for a better life. Dan in Ansonia. Hello there, Dan. How are you? What's up?
Hey, Paul.
Yeah.
I was listening to Melissa this morning, and she was talking to that guy from Bridgeport. They held a forum about ICE.
Yes.
My question is, why don't these politicians help these foreigners do the paperwork to become legal citizens instead of wasting their time with all this other stuff?
I'll tell you why, Dan, because it sells better if you're against Trump and against ICE versus doing exactly what you said and what I said they should do, which is the same thing, because that would bring attention, Dan, to the situation, and they may lose some voters. Whereas if you make it, Dan, all about Trump this and Trump that and ICE, it's kind of a unifying thing. Like, well, we may disagree on citizenship, but gosh darn it, we hate Trump now, don't we? You know?
Yeah, and that's why we're shut down now.
Well, yeah. Dan, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, listen, we're shut down because Chuck Schumer took the advice or the threat of AOC and wouldn't even sign a clean continuing resolution. And then once that was signed, they could do everything they want about the healthcare subsidies. And this is how dumb they are. This is how dumb some Democrats are. So you allow the specter of a government shutdown to dilute your alleged real concern here, which is healthcare subsidies. So why don't you just fund the government till the end of November, which is what they wanted to do, and then, bright eyes, Schumer, it gives you 7 weeks to make your case about the funding and subsidies for the Affordable Care Act. In other words, You're so blinded by Trump derangement syndrome, and you're afraid of AOC. I understand that, because in a primary, she would probably beat Schumer. I'm almost positive. Listen, if Mom Donnie's going to win mayor of New York City, Schumer would be toast against AOC, at least I think. So I don't understand why he got jelly-legged at the threat there. He should have said, listen, we're going to continue and you give the Republicans more ammo by saying, well, the Democrats, they shut this down. We don't want people to lose pay. But they're able to say that. Mind-numbing. Dave and Bob and Dave, hang on. We'll be right to you after we do all of this on WICC.
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show, The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams, and Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Pioric. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Want the best deal on Bridgestone winter tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get Bridgestone tires at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, you get more free services than anywhere else. When you combine Town Fair's guaranteed lowest price with the most free services, you get the guaranteed best deals anywhere on your Bridgestone winter tires. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And you know we mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
Buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free.
October is Customer Appreciation Month at AB's Falafel.
Right now, buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free.
AB's Falafel in Trumbull serves the freshest and most flavorful falafel, kebabs, salads, and shawarma. During the month of October,
buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free.
Visit AB's Falafel, 10 Broadway Road, Trumbull, absfalafel.com.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Accident cleared Parkway southbound near exit 27. That's the old exit 44 in Fairfield. Northbound's really not a bad trip. Same story, northbound 95. A good trip getting up through Darien. Not too bad through Westport, just a light buildup. A little bit heavy southbound into Bridgeport. Northbound Route 8 building into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Further north, an accident clear by exit 26 in Naugatuck. If you're looking to buy or sell gold, visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is here to assist you with all your gold needs. Visit mjthomas.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear and chilly, low to mid 40s. Thursday, sunny with a high of 60. Friday, sunny in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just a guy who hates driving on the Merit, just like you. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Dave in Bradford's been hanging out. We're talking about this story here. Hearst, Connecticut media saying, or at least alluding to what looks like scam marriages, which I guess technically aren't illegal, but is there a pipeline now in Bridgeport to essentially getting green card rights here for people who say they're marrying somebody and it happens just for cash. Dave, what's up with you? How are you?
Yeah, how are you, Paul? First, props to Paul Bass with his New Haven Independent. It was more than a year ago. He had a reporter in the New Haven Hall of Records watching Gita Pataki perform her vile act of, it was like vultures hunting for these immigrants to put them together. She was the JP who'd marry him and charge him, and I guess she was part of a sham, finding you a spouse. When you're a dirty immigrant looking to find some American, usually a young somebody on the snap, who $5,000 to say yes and spend an afternoon in town hall. I mean, I wouldn't perform it. I wouldn't be part of a sham marriage for that much. But plenty of people, $5,000 is more money than they've ever had in their life, and they'd say yes. And there was evidence when Elliker fired Pat Clark. Actually, he put her on the shelf for a while, and they investigated, and all the people in the office knew that the same person showed up later in the week to get married for a second time to a different person. And
Dave, that's what happens here in Connecticut. Instead of investigating the sham, Dave, we investigate the person who has the guts to say the whistleblower. This is the kind of asinine leftist leadership we have in this state because, again, if you mention migrant, you can't say anything. It's mind-boggling.
New York Post had stories about the green card pipeline of people knowing that New Haven was the locus of easy access to a marriage license. We are allowed to ask for birth certificates, but we don't usually, because many American citizens have a real ID driver's license, which serves the same purpose. The migrants will not have the real ID, so they get asked for a birth certificate, which proves your age, and it proves what a bunch of funky legislators, they pass laws about what's the minimum age to get married. No more 16-year-olds. Well, if you don't have a birth certificate, what's the point of asking what's the age? And the stuff about your cousin, if you don't have your parents listed on the birth certificate, how do you know what's a cousin? It's just a sin. Elliker. And the last thing, that Wanda Jeter Pataki is a one-woman crime wave. How is she still out on the street doing what she does? That's the sin.
Yeah. All right, Dave, be good, buddy. Appreciate the call there. Yeah. I mean, that's a good question, I guess. Remember, she's still in trouble now for the stuff where she was caught on video. That not only was all over Connecticut, it was all over the U.S., it was all over the freaking world. And in my friend Paul Bass's publication of the New Haven Independent, she was the star of that story. And don't get mad at me if you people out there know Wanda. Oh, they're talking about you, Wanda. Well, not just me, so is Hearst. But yet here in Connecticut, if anybody like Patricia Clark, I think her name was, as Dave just said, in the clerk's office there in New Haven saying, hey, there's something funky going on here. Well, she shouldn't have called Customs and Immigration. She shouldn't have called the state. I'm damn well happy she did, because if she said anything to the leftists in New Haven, sad to see what's happened to my wonderful hometown, you think anything would have happened? Of course not. Because like I said, migrants to a lot of people are right on the same shelf, top shelf, with Jesus H. Christ. To use a hockey parlance, the migrants up there, even the ones that are doing stuff illegally, they're up there where Grandpa hides the good Irish whiskey. Top shelf, as they say. And if you're a hockey fan, you know when that's used, don't you? I've used it myself a couple of times when you roof one to tie the game. Bob in Trumbull is here. Bob, how are you?
Living the nightmare, Reverend Paul.
Yeah.
First, got a question.
Yeah.
Do you know the name of the person in Trumbull doing the sham marriages?
I don't know, but let's not make any allegations. But
well, you did.
No. But that's other people.
The name. Okay.
Other people are saying it, Bob, not me. So
yeah.
let's,
okay. Well, you should know who's saying.
No, I'm not. I'm going in.
Anyway, I got an idea.
Yes.
Because yesterday you said they're spending $100 million.
Yes.
For the illegals to get health care.
Over the past couple of years, young children and mothers, yes.
Okay, if we take that $100 million and buy used buses, the ones that have the sign up front of where they're going.
Yeah.
Okay, we paint them black.
Okay.
We put ICE on the side, U.S. government ICE.
Yeah.
Okay, and on the sign up front, we put, Mexico, Guatemala, India.
Yeah.
Okay. And we park them in front of emergency rooms.
Yeah.
And we park them in front of these places where these sham marriages are taking place.
Yes.
And we park them there.
Yeah.
And we put a mannequin with an ICE uniform. So maybe
I tell you, Bob, and thank you for the call. The planning of these things by Bob, it truly is a thing of beauty there. Bob, if that was ever to happen, I would congratulate you for foreseeing the future. I don't think that's going to happen. Mannequins and buses and ICE in Mexico and Guatemala. Oh my! Hey, Bob, you'd be in trouble for doing it. We'd go to jail before anybody else would.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Still a good trip from Stamford getting up into Bridgeport. Both 95 and the Parkway about the same. Both 40 minutes. Stamford all the way up into Bridgeport. Route 8 starting to build into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Further north, a good trip into the valley. New Haven County moving. Both 95 and the Parkway. 84 is not bad. The earlier accident cleared in Southbury. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight. Low to mid 40s. Thursday sunny and cool with a high near 60. Friday sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This is your retirement wake-up call. Most people will have 4 to 6 major financial storms during their life. Are you prepared? Are you going to be ready? Take the quiz now at rocksolidretirementquiz.com to spot your number one mistake and grab your free retirement report. Strategies for Wealth Management has your back. Let's protect, preserve, and grow your money. Build a rock-solid retirement now. Go to rocksolidretirementquiz.com.
Insurance products and services are offered by Strategies for Wealth Management. Content contained herein should not be construed as an offer or solicitation for investment advice or for the purchase or sale of any security, insurance, or other investment product.
It's Restaurant Week in Westport. So big it needs 2 weeks, now through October 12th. Try a new eatery or visit an old favorite and experience Fairfield County's hottest restaurant scene. Delicious priced fixed menus to suit any budget with many different styles to choose from. For more information, visit westportwesternchamber.com. Restaurant Week, brought to you by the Westport Weston Chamber of Commerce and sponsored by Castle Keep Advisors. Come see what Westport has to offer. Visit westportwesternchamber.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Need medical
metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Evolve your vehicle ownership experience with Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield. Take the hassle out of vehicle maintenance and choose Mobile Service Plus at Maritime, where our technicians come to you. We can replace your brakes, change your oil, and update all your maintenance at your home or office. No lines, no traffic, and no inconvenience. We meet you on your terms at MaritimeChevy.com, where world-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard. That's MaritimeChevy.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Los Angeles authorities have charged a 29-year-old man, Jonathan Rinderknecht, with starting a fire on New Year's Day that eventually consumed more than 6,000 buildings in the Pacific Palisades. Acting U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley.
While the Lockman fire burned, the defendant walked up the same trail from earlier that night to watch the fire and firefighters, using his iPhone to take short videos of the scene.
That fire smoldered underground for days before reigniting. Former FBI Director James Comey pleaded not guilty today to charges he lied to Congress 5 years ago. Legal contributor Caroline Polisi.
These charges are pretty simplistic, which is what the judge noted, which is why we are off to the races in terms of setting a trial date.
That's January 5th. The IRS will furlough nearly half of its workforce as part of the ongoing government shutdown. On Wall Street, stocks were higher. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 25-year-old man is under arrest, charged with murder for the deaths of his parents Monday night in Waterbury. Javion Adams is accused of shooting his 51-year-old mother, Carlene Williams, and his 55-year-old father, Mark Adams. The victims were found by officers in a house on Beverly Avenue around 11 p.m. Police said Javion Adams was on probation for previous domestic violence arrests. Yesterday, state Republicans held a news conference to announce new proposals aimed at identifying fraudulent nonprofit organizations. The proposals are aimed at increasing transparency on how nonprofit funds are being spent in the midst of what GOP lawmakers, including Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding, call a culture of corruption in state government.
I remember as a kid growing up in this state, used to hear the word corrupt-a-kid. And we had an incredible governor, and Governor Rell, who implemented measures to move us away from that image. And this governor always speaks to our image. And unfortunately, we're moving back towards that trend.
One proposal would require nonprofits seeking state funding to also have contracts with the state on how that money would be spent. Wolcott Senator Rob Sampson gave some examples of nonprofits that he feels to be too extreme for state funding.
Integrated Refugee and Immigrant Services. They receive $225,000 that comes from the taxpayers of Connecticut. They actually have things on their website saying that they train people how to deal with ICE. You have Anchor Health Initiative. We've given them $400,000 effectively for LGBTQ, but also for trans type of policy and even surgeries and other types of things that they might call healthcare.
Connecticut Children's Health System is getting a new CEO. Shannon Sullivan, who is currently president and chief operating officer at Women and Infants Hospital in Providence, will assume the leadership role in Hartford in early January. John Rubin, the chair of Connecticut Children's Board of Directors, said Sullivan's experience, vision, values, and leadership will propel the system forward in the care of children and families in Connecticut and the region. The town of Oxford has purchased 340 acres of open space for just over $1 million. The land purchase is being paid for with funds left to the town by the estate of longtime resident Marion Strong. The property is located along Quaker Farms Road, not far from the town border with Southbury. The land was part of the estate of David Schreiber. It will only be zoned for soft recreational use. Despite this morning's rain, Governor Ned Lamont has declared a Stage 2 drought in southern Connecticut. Lamont is increasing the drought stage in Fairfield, New Haven, and Middlesex counties. The governor says the lack of rain over the last several months has impacted all of Connecticut. He says the increase to Stage 2 is to raise awareness that if the lack of rain continues, the drought could intensify. The state forest fire danger was high both Monday and yesterday because of the ongoing dry conditions. Yale University professor Michel Devoret has been awarded the Nobel Prize for Physics. Devoret and two professors from California universities won the award for their experiments on a chip related to quantum physics. Devoret and two professors will share the prize that comes with the award, which is estimated to be around $1 million. Yale President Maury McInnes praised Devoret as a trailblazer of consequential and far-reaching technology that could impact all people. Governor Ned Lamont announced this morning actions he is taking to protect the special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children, better known as WICC, during the ongoing government shutdown. The program provides support to low-income, pregnant, and breastfeeding women and children under the age of 5.
Those are the 50,000 moms and their newborns who get diapers and formula and support. There we only have reserves for, less than a week. We'll probably have to make up some of that shortfall in the near term and hope the feds get their act together.
The governor has pledged to use state surplus funds to keep federally funded programs like WICC open until the shutdown is resolved.
Trying to do what we can to figure out where we are most at risk. How much do we have in reserve so we know that we can keep things going for a while?
The Hampton Inn and Suites Hotel in West Haven is now for sale. The 98-room hotel on Sawmill Road was built in 2008. The current owners, the MCR Hotel Group, bought the property in 2018 for nearly $11 million. The hotel features a pool and other amenities and is located on a busy road near I-95 and next to a Texas Roadhouse restaurant. No asking price has been given by the owners. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Still a good trip from Stamford getting up into Bridgeport. Both 95 and the Parkway about the same. Both 40 minutes. Stamford all the way up into Bridgeport. Route 8 starting to build into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Further north, a good trip into the valley. New Haven County moving. Both 95 and the Parkway. 84 is not bad. The earlier accident cleared in Southbury. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear and chilly, low to mid-40s. Thursday, sunny with a high of 60. Friday, sunny in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Alrighty then, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text, I know especially on situations like what we're talking about today, which are allegations, just the way we had them about a year and a half ago out of New Haven with a scam marriage operation, apparently, although not criminal, I guess, but you realize what's going on here was allegedly piloted in New Haven, allegedly, not me making those allegations, but by the New Haven Independent of Wanda Jeter Pataki. She's named, oddly enough, in a similar story, along with other Bridgeport officials, in a story that was posted today by Hearst, Connecticut Media. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Got another text here. Hey, Paul, I'm listening right now to you and Dave in Brantford was in rare form today. Dave was very good a few minutes ago. He says, Paul, I used to live on Long Island for about 10 years in the early 2000s. What you're saying was rather rampant down there. It was a large Hispanic population. And I remember a girl I knew wanting to go down to Florida and offering to pay me and somebody else money just to get her married in a green card. It's insane. And I said, no, of course. Well, yeah. It is insane, but I can almost hear it happening now. The minute anybody here in Connecticut, and we'll talk to a member of the General Assembly coming up about this, our buddy Rob Sampson, about 35 minutes from now at 4:15. I'm sure Rob is going to say what you think he'll say, which is this is a scam here. But the question is, the other guys and gals on the opposite side of him, those in the Democratic caucus in Hartford, they'll never do anything to fight this. The only way you can do this is to say Connecticut should not and will no longer issue same-day marriage licenses, and then you can get married on the same day. That's ridiculous. That should not be allowed. Well, what if we love each other? Too bad. You wait a couple of days. Keep in your pants, if you know what I mean. Maybe. I don't know. I don't tell people what to do in that area, but you know what I mean. But again, even in this story, there's a tacit admission that it happens here in Connecticut because of our stupid laws. Says right here. It's not clear. It's not completely clear why a lot of couples choose Connecticut. Maybe, though, because unlike in some other states, including neighboring New York, couples in Connecticut can get a license and get married on the same day. Even New York has more sense in this than we do. Bridgeport has about 130 justices of the peace. Of those, Hearst says when they went back and looked at this, 4 women officiated a majority of weddings in Connecticut's biggest city in May. Records show Wanda Jeter Pataki, City Councilwoman Eneida Martinez, and 2 of her daughters, Jasmine Cooper and Jamisha Cooper, were those listed. On many weekdays, Jeter Pataki or Martinez was found camped in a community room toward the back of the government center's first floor, waiting for couples to come back for quick marriage ceremonies. Why do they even bother getting out of the car? Just do it just go to a drive-up window. Make it like Vegas, baby. In May, now this is being reported by Hearst. I'm not making this up here. In May, over 60% of the weddings in Bridgeport were officiated by those 4. Well over half of those were between a citizen and a non-citizen who appeared to come from out of state. I'm shocked, aren't you? I mean, I can't get myself up off the floor. Of the 94 marriages performed by justices of the peace, by the others, not the ones, the 4 that Hearst looked at, but the others, just 2 fit that pattern, including, of course, out-of-state non-citizens. In New York, state law there requires at least 24 hours between when a marriage license is issued and when the marriage can take place. Under Connecticut law, they can both happen on the same day. Of course they can happen on the same day. Because like I say, the rights of illegals, the rights of foreigners here, especially in a scam operation, it's almost like the rights of the Holy Trinity.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridge Life Financial's Taxes in Retirement event, October 14th or 16th at Il Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, president of Bridge Life Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at Il Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Continuing with no major accidents across lower Fairfield County on 95 coming up out of Stamford up into Norwalk. A pretty good ride. Just a light build up. Fairfield, Southport. Parkway looks good. Stamford up to Norwalk. A little bit of company first after the no exit zone. Fairfield side okay. And minor delays northbound Route 8 into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight. Low to mid 40s. Thursday sunny and cool with a high near 60. Friday sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Connecticut Talk all afternoon. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, I stuck my head out the window. There are no National Guard troops that I can see in Bridgeport. I know what you're saying. No Guard troops in Milford or Fairfield or Shelton or Ansonia, but the controversy continues nationwide. Maybe the Guard in Chicago, maybe in Portland. We have court cases regarding that. CBS News reporter Zach Udak joins us remotely to get us updated on some of the latest, what's going on with the court challenges, Chicago, maybe Portland, some other areas. Hey, Zach, it's Paul here in Connecticut. How are you? What's the latest on this, Zach?
Hey, Paul, it's good to be here with you.
Thank you.
We are waiting to hear next, I would say, is tomorrow we should get an answer in California. We've had a judge actually, not in California, in Portland. We've had a judge actually block the deployment of the National Guard there and block the California Guard from being sent up there. And the appeal from the Trump administration, we should get a response from the appeals court judge tomorrow to tell us whether or not that block will be lifted. The other thing that we're on high alert for is if President Trump becomes frustrated enough with these court challenges and delays to his plan here, that he actually tries to invoke the Insurrection Act, which is something that he's discussed really since his first term, since the George Floyd protest.
Yeah.
And what that would do is it would vastly expand the president's authority to deploy the military to, in theory, take back control of these cities. So he'd be arguing that, these cities have essentially undergone an insurrection. But we're on high alert for that, and that's something that will immediately face legal challenges should he do that.
Sure. And, Zach, finally, and you folks at the White House and in D.C. are hearing this from both sides. The White House, right, on the president's side says, wait a minute, these courts, right, Zach, you have no authority to slow us down. We can do this. And the other courts and those filing these challenges, like Illinois and Chicago, they say, oh yes, we can. We have the ability to do this.
That's exactly right, Paul. And I think, in large part, it is as the founders intended it. It's that the judiciary is a check on the executive branch of government and vice versa. So I think that it is working the way that These systems were designed to work, but the president obviously has very lofty goals and does not have a lot of patience to move slowly on them. So, he and his advisors are working rapidly trying to find ways around that. But I think the reality is his only recourse, unless he begins winning in court, is to, choose the kind of nuclear option here, to invoke the Insurrection Act, even though that, as I mentioned before, will set off a whole other litany of court challenges.
Yeah. Zach Udak, CBSU. Zach, thank you. CBS News. Thanks, Zach. Appreciate it. Take care. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, sir. So there you go. We'll hear this in the next day or so, few hours, as Zach Udak said. Mr. Trump saying, I have the authority to do this. The court saying, no, you don't. And then the White House coming back and saying, well, maybe we can do this under the Insurrection Act. So we shall see. See, this is not, and I've got a clip of one of our favorites, Chris Murphy, who was on MSNBC last night. He's starting to kind of, I don't know, tone back his rhetoric a little bit. Remember a couple of days ago, he said, well, there's going to be no elections. Now he's kind of toning it down a little bit, saying, well, Trump just believes in throwing so much stuff up against the wall, it's hard for the other side to break through. Well, yeah, it's what I've been saying, Senator, with all due respect. Want to get caught up here on a few emails here. Email, of course, is Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul, at voiceofct.com. Also, texting 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Gentleman has sent 2 or 3 emails today blaming the Democrats for the lack of Congress that's not willing to work in a bipartisan way to come up with at least a temporary agreement that works for both sides until further issues are ironed out. Seems to be too much for the MAGA Congress controlled by Trump. Release the Epstein files. And then there's a clown face emoji after that. Well, 2 things here. Number 1, and thank you for the email, I'm all for releasing the Epstein files. I want them all out there. I don't care. Listen to me very carefully. Anybody out there? You hearing? I couldn't care less if I tried. Who gets brought down by the Epstein files? If there's anything in there to bring them down. We don't know. If it burns down the entire Trump White House, I couldn't care less. You know why? I'm still going to get up tomorrow morning, and I'm still going to go to work. If it burned down the other side, I couldn't care less, because I still have to get up in the morning and go to work. I am pretty confident, though, in thinking, and I mentioned this before, this is the whole Epstein file thing is never going to be released. Now, maybe I'm wrong, and if I'm wrong, I will admit I was wrong. But to me, the whole Epstein file thing is similar to the theory when you talk about nuclear weapons of MAD, mutually assured destruction. In other words, don't fire a salvo of missiles against us, because we will return a salvo of missiles against you, and although some of them will knock each other out, many of them will get through, and the radiation will kill us all. So, yeah, I think I honestly think, seriously, there is a gentleman's agreement and gentlelady's agreement. There is a, shall we say, a professional agreement between both sides that we ain't going to go there. I'll give you some shots. You give me some shots. We ain't going there. Just my thought. As far as blaming the Democrats, well, listen, about the shutdown. See, look, why now, and again, I'm trying to figure out why, and the only answer can be that Chuck Schumer was scared of a challenge to his leadership, maybe from AOC, maybe from within his own caucus. But if you're Chuck Schumer and you know that you can just clear the deck and not have the specter of the government shutdown hanging over your heads, why didn't they just sign? And this goes for Richard Blumenthal and Mr. Murphy. Why didn't they just vote for the continuing resolution
it keeps people getting paid until I think mid to late November. It would be over a month. And then you've got 6 or 7 weeks to argue openly without the specter of some people being laid off. Now Trump is saying he won't have to owe them back pay, which is doubtful. Why not do it that way? Why are the Democrats giving the Republicans the ammunition to say, hey, we just wanted to continue the spending till the end of November, and from now till then, we could work out the Affordable Care Act subsidies? Well, we know by it's coming. Now it's even being alluded to by some progressives. Well, no, we want the battle with Trump now. And Schumer and some of the leadership is saying, and there are some Democrats who have Angus King in Maine, John Fetterman in Pennsylvania, Catherine Cortez Masto in Nevada. They've actually been siding with Republicans on this, going, let's just extend the spending now. Everybody will get paid until the end of November, and let's just work on the Obamacare subsidies then. But again, it wouldn't surprise me if, AOC's Legion and some of the more progressives in the party said, Senator, if you knuckle under to the Republicans now and you don't throw the gauntlet down now, we are coming after you. Look, maybe. What else here from this gentleman? Release the Epstein files. I agree with you 100%. Let them go. Let them rip. Whoever gets burned down by, what are we going to do? Whether backed by Republicans or Democrats, is a policy to make getting married easier in different states. It all comes down in the end to the government making more money. It's really nothing new, and this type of things goes back generations. Like many things in life, it's been abused, and we're at a time that issues like this have become a political switch to go after illegals in America. What will be the next breaking news for the MAGA world to cry about? So you think MAGA world is crying in Bridgeport? I don't quite I understand this has been happening for years, but this is a left-leaning newspaper in a blue city, in a deep blue state, which is hardly MAGA country. And this is suddenly a MAGA thing? It's Connecticut. Whatever. Oh, man. But thank you for the emails. I do appreciate it as always. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Northbound 95 accident between exits 3 and 4 in Greenwich. Beyond that, really not too bad out of Stamford through Darien. Patchy volume into Westport, getting up to the Fairfield Rest. Parkway, a good trip. Lower part of the county, delays by the New Canaan Rest, getting up into Route 7. A little bit slow into Westport, and Route 8 northbound delays into the Commodore Hull Bridge, getting into Shelton. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear and chilly, low to mid-40s. Thursday, sunny with a high of 60. Friday, sunny in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Fall is here, and so is the flavor you've been waiting for. Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan's Patata Rustica Pizza is back. Baked on their legendary coal-fired crust, topped with mozzarella, seasoned potatoes, bacon, their 3-cheese blend, and a touch of Pecorino Romano. Finished with olive oil. It's comfort by the slice. Cozy up to fall today at any Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan location. Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, celebrating 100 years of a beats. FrankPepePizzeria.com.
Forest Hills Milford, a brand new 55-plus community offering luxury rental units nestled on the north side of Milford, conveniently off the Merritt Exit 55, close to Milford's harbor, beaches, hiking, golfing, shopping, and more. Forest Hills Milford, now leasing gorgeous, spacious units with high-end appliances and finishes, reserved garages with storage units, fitness centers, clubhouse, and even a dog park. Check out Forest Hills Milford and elevate your lifestyle. See foresthillsmilford.com for more information or to set up a tour. That's foresthillsmilford.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, open phones if you want to jump in here. Also, coming up after the news, top of the hour, we'll have Chris Williams sift through some of the answers I had on our Facebook question of the day, facebook.com/ of course, Voice of CT, facebook.com/ Voice of CT. And in light of concerns about marriage fraud in the state, apparently new concerns in Bridgeport, ongoing concerns in Trumbull, they're saying in other spots in New Haven, should Connecticut still allow same-day marriage licenses and marriages by justices of the peace? Now, I understand that the JOPs do a phenomenal job out there. A dear former radio friend of mine, she is now a justice of the peace. I love seeing the pictures of the people she has married. But is there any way to tighten up this, I guess, alleged or reported conveyor line? Hey, show up at city or town hall, get a marriage license, and then be able to get married that day. I don't know. Well, you're just standing in the way of love, Paul. Well, no, I don't think so. I'm trying to maybe clean up something here that could maybe just a smidge is being abused.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Matt Piper. Still no deal between Israel and Hamas, which has led President Trump to say he may join in on the peace talks.
I may go there sometime toward the end of the week, maybe on Sunday, actually, and we'll see. But there's a very good chance negotiations are going along very well.
Trump is holding a roundtable right now with his cabinet talking about Antifa, which he has labeled a domestic terrorist organization. Former FBI Director James Comey pleaded not guilty to charges stemming from congressional testimony he gave 5 years ago. It's after the Justice Department criminally charged the former FBI chief. CBS's Jake Rosen on the timing of it all.
President Trump put in a former White House aide of his into the top prosecutor's office to kind of hit a buzzer beater and get this indictment approved right before the statute of limitations was set to expire. This attorney said he's going to go after whether Lindsay Halligan, that Trump aide who was appointed to prosecute this specific Comey case, they're going to say that she was improperly appointed to this job, which could result in the indictment getting thrown out.
A Florida man is under arrest on suspicion of arson. Authorities say he was behind the Palisades fire that killed a dozen people in Los Angeles earlier this year. LA Mayor Karen Bass.
My heart right now goes out to all of the people who survived and, of course, those individuals that didn't.
He was on the run for months, but the last of a group of inmates who were seen on video escaping a jail in New Orleans has now been caught. WWL's Chris Miller has this update.
Derek Groves was one of 10 men who broke out of New Orleans lockup in May. Most of the escapees were recaptured within days to weeks, but Groves eluded capture until authorities got a tip that he was seen in southwest Atlanta. Groves will be extradited to Louisiana while authorities investigate to see who may have helped him in his 5-month flight from the law.
There is a hard-to-spot breast cancer that now makes up 10% of cases. On the Health Watch, CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder with more on lobular cancer.
You have many different kinds of breast cancer, and what this study is calling for is more research into this particular type of breast cancer, lobular breast cancer, so we can learn how better to diagnose it and treat it.
Dolly Parton has gone to social media.
I want to say something.
Posting a video to say she's doing just fine. A day after her sister went online asking for prayers for the music icon, which led fans to worry.
And I'm not ready to die yet. I don't think God is through with me, and I ain't done working.
The 79-year-old recently postponed her Vegas residency. She says she needs to stay home in Nashville to undergo some care she put off while her husband was sick. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri coming this October.
You don't look lip, please. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Get a great deal on a Kubota tractor. Built to work, built to last, and as dependable as you are. Right now, write it off the lot and write it off your taxes with 0 down, 5.49% APR up to 84 months, plus instant cash discount and 2 years orange protection warranty. Now through December 31st. Consult your tax advisor. Details at KubotaUSA.com.
River Valley Tractor. 10 locations across central Arkansas and East Texas. Or rivervalleytractor.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
And we are 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Talk or text. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Let's get a check now of the local news, and then we'll go to traffic and weather together. Rob Sampson coming up from the Republican State Senate Caucus to talk about a couple of big stories that we're covering for you today right here on Connecticut Today.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
This morning at 10 o'clock, Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim and city officials announced the launch of Bridgeport Promise, a municipally and privately funded scholarship program designed to reduce the cost of college for hundreds of high school seniors. In order to qualify, students must have at least a 3.0 GPA, be a Bridgeport resident, and have a good disciplinary record. Plans for the scholarship were first announced in 2023, but have been delayed due in part to ongoing budget issues in the city. Despite this morning's rain, Governor Ned Lamont has declared a Stage 2 drought in southern Connecticut. Lamont is increasing the drought stage in Fairfield, New Haven, and Middlesex counties. The governor says the lack of rain over the last several months has impacted all of Connecticut. He says the increase to Stage 2 is to raise awareness that if the lack of rain continues, the drought could intensify. The state forest fire danger was high both Monday and yesterday because of the ongoing dry conditions. And the Hampton Inn and Suites Hotel in West Haven is for sale. The 98-room hotel on Sawmill Road was built in 2008. The current owners, the MCR Hotel Group, bought the property in 2018 for nearly $11 million. The hotel features a pool and other amenities and is located on a busy road near I-95 and next to a Texas Roadhouse restaurant. No asking price has been given by the owners. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Northbound 95 accident takes out 2 left lanes near exits 4 and 5 in Greenwich. Delays back to the state line. Starting to build a little bit into Fairfield. Southport accident reported off to the shoulder near exit 19. Parkway's not a bad ride. Starting to build into Westport. Northbound Route 8 getting reports of an accident by the Commodore Hull Bridge. Very heavy now getting out of Shelton up to the bridge. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight. Low to mid 40s. Thursday sunny and cool with a high near 60. Friday sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, back to open phones momentarily. Rob Sampson coming up. We'll chat about a couple things in Hartford in the 5 o'clock hour. Our buddy, our pal, Dan Harhurst, Connecticut Media, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Chris Williams will be by also with the look at the answers to our Facebook question of the day, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Is it a good idea still to have same-day marriage licenses and same-day marriage ceremonies? Is that contributing to some of the funny business that's being again reported in the Hearst, Connecticut media outlets, and that was reported about a year and a half ago in the New Haven Independent? Let's before we go to check in with Chris, let's go to Doug in Bridgeport. Hey, Doug, how are you, sir? What's up?
Wow. I never actually gave my name to a screener. You must.
Oh, hello? You there? Doug, you're breaking up. You're breaking up, my friend.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, which means other people can hear us.
Doug, what's on your mind, buddy?
I just wanted to report a little. I'm just now reading the Hearst story on my phone, and I've read the New Haven Independent's reporting on it, which really broke the story several months ago.
Yeah.
I've known Wanda Teeter Pateki since I moved to Bridgeport about a dozen years ago.
All right.
And I have no defense for her. It's just, both this and the election stuff are just miserable.
Yeah.
But what I wanted to tell you is just to talk a little bit about the justice of the peace system.
Sure.
When I was growing up, my mom was a JP in Westport.
Yeah.
And my dad was a local attorney. My dad practiced law in Westport for many years.
Okay.
And they had package deals. Dad would divorce him, and Mom would marry one. We had two or three of those. They were that was fun. And the other Mom.
Oh, Doug, you there? Doug,
I broke up again.
Yeah, Doug, I do have to run. Yeah, give me a call back later on in the show. We'll give Doug a special dispensation. He can call twice. But I got to tell you, that Parkway, I'm sure that was on the Parkway. It eats cell phone signals. Eric in Fairfield. Eric, how are you? What's up?
Love talking to you, Paul. I actually have a little bit of a different approach on this. I typically align with everything that you talk about. I love your perspective on politics.
Okay, thank you.
What I would say is, on this one, live and let live. I mean, yes, are people skirting the system with ceremonies that are obviously meant to, allow for illegal aliens to gain citizenship? I think it is what it is. I think the numbers are small. I think it's one of those battles, in my opinion, may not be worth fighting, and it happens under our noses, but I don't know. I think there's a bigger fight to have, but that's just my 2 cents.
All right. No, Eric, I appreciate it, my friend. Thank you. And again, I'm not alleging any illegality here, but as the story points out, a lot of people look at this, and we know about this. It's when, to stay in the country and to maybe get some benefits. But again, that kind of tends to rub people the wrong way. All right, we'll talk to Rob Sampson coming up about this and other issues in the Capitol. First, though, Chris Williams has been looking at the question today and some of the answers. Chris, what do we have on this?
It's resounding no's across the board today from Dave, Chris, and Vincent, who said same-day marriage just feeds into the scam if they want the same day go to Vegas.
Yeah.
And Pop said absolutely not, and he is a JOP.
All right, yeah. So he is a justice of the peace. I have a dear friend of mine in radio who, from years ago, she's out of the business now, doing something else, and on the side, she is a justice of the peace. And she always puts really cool pictures of who she is married that day and where the marriage took place. And then this woman, believe me, is above reproach. All right, we'll come back with more. What's going on at the Capitol? Our buddy, our pal Rob Sampson standing by. But first, let's do this on WICC.
The kids have their costumes, but they can't wait for Halloween or for all that candy. So don't. Join WICC and Goodwill of Western and North Connecticut for Trick or Treat Day, Saturday, October 18th at Sacred Heart University's Discovery Science Center and Planetarium in Bridgeport. Come dressed up for activities, live performances, character meet and greets, and of course, candy. Limited tickets available now at voiceofct.com.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012 when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Ciao from Gusto Trattoria in Milford. With brand new space, delicious food, and welcoming staff, it's a great time to enjoy Gusto Trattoria in Milford. Dine in and enjoy modern and classic Italian specials, perfect for the season. For events at home, you'll love Gusto's extensive catering menu. And for special occasions, choose one of Gusto's private rooms with many catering options. It's all at Gusto Trattoria in Milford, located right off 95 at 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. 203-876-7464.
As the seasons change, now is the perfect time to give your trees the care that they need. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I've told you about K&J Tree Service before, but did you know they're offering a flash sale right now? Whether it's pruning, trimming, or removing hazardous limbs, their team of certified arborists are here to help you out. 203-248-TREE or visit kjtreeservice.com to book your appointment. Safety is their number one priority, so be sure to take advantage of their free tree risk assessment. We did it for our property, and you should as well, to make sure it's in top shape, especially for the upcoming winter season. Don't miss out on this exclusive savings and the chance to keep your trees healthy and beautiful. Call today at 203-248-TREE or visit the website kjtreeservice.com to book your appointment. That's kjtreeservice.com. Trust K&J Tree Service to keep your trees and your property safe and stunning. Take advantage of their incredible offer right now and let them take care of your trees today. That's kjtreeservice.com to book.
Experience the future of primary care right in the palm of your hand. With Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you'll get expert primary care anytime from the comfort of home. Connect with a virtual provider and concierge team who know your medical history. Use HHC 24/7 for acute illnesses to manage your medications, chronic conditions, specialty referrals, and more. All major insurance plans are accepted. Text HHC 247 to 85209 to download the app and never wait again for care with Hartford Healthcare.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak. Or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink. Or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items. Sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound. Looks like they may have wrapped up an accident in Greenwich between exits 4 and 5. Still heavy from the state line. Some patchy volume in through Darien. About a half hour now, Norwalk to Bridgeport. Heaviest right around exits 21, 22 coming out of Southport. Parkway, not too bad. Stamford up to Norwalk, slowing into Westport. Further north, looking okay. Accident reported Route 8 northbound at the Commodore Hull Bridge with very heavy delays. Courtesy Carpet, now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear and chilly, low to mid 40s. Thursday, sunny with a high of 60. Friday, sunny in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Local talk every afternoon. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, let's get a perspective on the big stories of the day, including a call by the Republicans in Hartford for better oversight on millions and millions and millions of dollars that goes to state nonprofits. The vast majority of them do wonderful work, but again now, we have a bubbling controversy in Hartford as to whether a well-known state legislator did improper things, routing money there on the state nonprofit side, welcoming Republican State Senate member Rob Sampson to the program. Rob represents Senate District 16, Prospect, Cheshire, Southington, Wolcott, and Waterbury. Rob, it's Paul again. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, Paul. Thanks so much for having me.
Rob, what are your thoughts before we get to the news conference you folks had regarding the nonprofit funding and maybe a lack of oversight? This is two stories in a row, Rob, rather. This one here from Hearst and an expose about a year and a half ago from my friend Paul Bass at the New Haven Independent regarding possibility of marriage mills and sham marriages. What are your thoughts on this, Rob? And can the state do anything from your point of view in Hartford to cut down on this?
Yes. So, Paul, I was listening to your callers immediately before coming on, and the one gentleman that said that, live and let live because it's a small number, I want to correct him and say it's not a small number. I mean, this is happening in large numbers. The story that you just referenced, the Hearst story from today, says that in 1 month recently in Bridgeport, where they had 100 marriages, something like 40 of them were between someone who was a undocumented or not lawful immigrant. Mm-hmm. So, to say that every one of those is actually a sham marriage, I don't know that you can go that far. But I can tell you from my own personal experience that it's happening even in my district. I big issues in Southington.
Really?
Even in small town Wolcott. I had a conversation recently with some folks over at Town Hall, and they were telling me, of course, the anecdotal stories, but about how these folks come. They clearly don't even know each other. They're being introduced to one another at the moment they're about to be married. Then you have 4 people lined up in a row to get married, and they're using the same rings. They're just handing the rings to the next.
Oh, come on! Come on! They're handing off the rings.
Yeah. Again, no shame, and of course, the folks in my town hall here were kind of taken aback by it. And, but they feel like their hands are tied also, that they don't want to get in trouble for discrimination or something like that. So this kind of thing is going to continue to grow and expand as long as Connecticut, like a lot of other things that Connecticut is known for that are not necessarily above board, it's going to become a destination. You want to get your abortion, come to Connecticut. You want to, look for sanctuary services as an illegal immigrant, come to Connecticut. And if you want a sham marriage, this apparently is the place to get one.
And, Rob, the thing that bothers me, and I'm sure the people you talk to in your district there, they probably told you this, but I would imagine, Rob, and you correct me if I'm wrong, they're probably afraid to actually go on the record and do this because look at what happened to that woman in Town Hall in New Haven who essentially she knew there was maybe not criminality but an abuse of the system happening, Rob, and I guess she retired early. She was a longtime employee, but she was essentially, beaten into legal submission on this by the city of New Haven.
Right. It's unbelievable, but that's what happens when you have a city government that obviously doesn't care much about immigration law in the state of Connecticut. So, I think that there are things that can be done. I think, number one, you can create penalties for people that engage in this activity for fraudulent purposes. And the other thing that you can do, I think, is to empower, local town governments to be able to set their own parameters, to verify that what's going on is above board.
Yeah.
The story that I was just referencing, I think they documented that this one individual had been married 5 times
I saw that,
inside 1 year. Something's going on.
Right. You don't have to be a Harvard Law School grad to wonder that. Now, you folks in the caucus, I know, Rob, there has always been this kind of underlying worry that so much of this money, and many of these nonprofits do great work. I think you and I can agree with that. But I guess there's a concern here, and this weaves into a controversy now that's going on in Hartford with some nonprofit funding. Do you think that there isn't enough oversight here that people don't necessarily know about?
It's a completely and utterly shady process, to be honest with you, Paul. I mean, there is a difference between, nonprofit organizations that the state of Connecticut contracts with to perform various services.
Sure.
And that is all very much above board, and that is takes place through many, many different hearings and discussion and contracts and things like that. Same thing with bonding money. If I need to get some money for, a portion of the state of Connecticut for a project or something like that, I've got to go before the Finance Committee and make my case, and people can argue whether it's good or bad and so forth. There is a process. What we were referring to yesterday at our press conference is about earmarks, which is nothing more than them just putting a name and a dollar amount in a bill. Yeah. And this happened a couple of times in the most recent session, partly in the budget with over 100 items. And then earlier in the year, there was basically a political emergency certified bill that the Democrats brought forward, really just to shake their fist at President Trump. They were angry that Trump, became president, and they wanted to show off for some of their, more progressive constituencies, namely folks very much in favor of illegal immigration, and also folks that want to support the trans community. So they put all of these line item earmarks into a bill to just grant this kind of money in sometimes small amounts, 30, 40, 50, 60,000, all the way up to hundreds of thousands of dollars to these various organizations. But the thing to know is that there's no hearing, there's no application process, there's no nothing. In fact, even at that time, Paul, I was looking these organizations up online, trying to find them on the Secretary of State's office, things like that, and many of them could not be found.
And Rob, you're right in one case. In a $57 billion budget, okay, 50, 60 grand, whatever. Well, Rob, if it's improper, that's not good because, I don't know, 60 grand could be a caseworker the DCF needs, or 50 grand could be an entry-level state employee job. So, a lot of people might hear say, oh, come on, they're complaining. Yeah, but when we have other lingering problems in the state, what people might say, oh, what, come on, what's Sampson going nuts for? No, it's the small amounts, Rob, that I think should be brought to the forefront here.
Right. I mean, and all told, you're talking about $20 million or so between the earmarks that were contained in the state budget and the ones passed earlier in the year, February, March time. Look, it's so funny, Paul, because when that first, ultra hyperbolic political bill that I was referencing passed the legislature, the governor actually vetoed the bill. And in his veto message, he was very clear to say that he didn't approve of the way the earmarks were done. Yeah. This is going outside of the proper process. It doesn't allow for the proper amount of scrutiny, et cetera. He said all of that in his veto message. A couple of weeks later, they came back in and passed a virtually identical bill, which the governor signed into law.
He got the message.
And, so, I mean, I thank him for his principled stance, but then what happened, Governor? I mean, come on now. In fact, I actually wrote him earlier this month, knowing we were going to have this press conference, to give him a chance, to explain to me why he had a change of heart, but I haven't got a response to that, of course.
All right, of course not. Hey, Rob Sampson, State Senate, Republican District 16. Rob, good to chat with you. And we'll chat down the road. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it.
Always my pleasure.
All right, there you go. Rob Sampson, Republican State Senate member. And if you live in Cheshire, Prospect, Southington, Wolcott, or Waterbury, there's a chance that Rob is your representative in the State Senate. All right, traffic and weather together, news, all that and more coming up, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 still heavy from the state line in through Greenwich thanks to an earlier crash by exits 4 and 5. Not too bad through Darien, Patchy, Volume, Fairfield, Westport. Parkway with some heaviness getting in towards exit 38, the old exit 38, I should say, in Route 7. Building into Westport. Route 8, the accident clear by the Commodore Hull Bridge, still heavy out of Shelton into Derby. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight, low to mid-40s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing. More people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-859-3220. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-859-3220 or biglou.com.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. California authorities say a 29-year-old man has been charged with lighting a New Year's Day fire that went on to become the most destructive in Los Angeles history. 12 people died. Mayor Karen Bass.
The news of the arrest of the individual that did such a heinous act just re-raises all the trauma. It sends you back to the day.
Jonathan Rinderknecht was arrested in Florida. Former FBI Director James Comey pleads not guilty to charges he lied to Congress 5 years ago. Correspondent Scott McFarlane.
It's such a bare-bones charging document. So little is actually alleged in here. We don't know specifically the false statement James Comey is accused of making.
Sarah Nelson of the Flight Attendants Union talking on the government shutdown.
What could be more of a distraction than not getting a paycheck? Not knowing if you're going to be able to keep your family in your home. Not knowing if you're going to be able to buy that insulin that you need to keep your child alive.
CBS News Brief. I'm Matt Piper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Arson is the suspected cause of fire at a Bridgeport auto shop that displaced 15 residents in an adjacent apartment building. The fire was reported early Sunday morning at Bros Custom Care Clinic at the corner of Connecticut and Union Avenues and destroyed the shop building. Multiple vehicles were also destroyed by the fire. A $2,500 reward is being offered for information that leads to an arrest and conviction in the case. A 25-year-old man is under arrest, charged with murder for the deaths of his parents Monday night in Waterbury. Javion Adams is accused of shooting his 51-year-old mother, Carlene Williams, and his 55-year-old father, Mark Adams. The victims were found by officers in a house on Beverly Avenue around 11 p.m. Police said Javion Adams was on probation for previous domestic violence arrests. No injuries are reported after the crash of a school bus that was carrying 11 children in Waterbury. The bus apparently backed into a utility pole yesterday morning on Rosario Drive. Police described the crash as minor. None of the children or the driver were hurt, and the damage to the bus is minor. Connecticut Children's Health System is getting a new CEO. Shannon Sullivan, who is currently president and chief operating officer at Women and Infants Hospital in Providence, will assume the leadership role in Hartford in early January. John Rubin, the chair of Connecticut Children's Board of Directors, said Sullivan's experience, vision, values, and leadership will propel the system forward in the care of children and families in Connecticut and the region. Governor Ned Lamont this morning announced actions he is taking to protect the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for women, infants, and children, better known as WICC, during the ongoing government shutdown. The program provides support to low-income, pregnant, and breastfeeding women and children under the age of 5.
Those are the 50,000 moms and their newborns who get diapers and formula and support. There we only have reserves for, less than a week. We'll probably have to make up some of that shortfall in the near term and hope the feds get their act together.
The governor has pledged to use state surplus funds to keep federally funded programs like WICC open until the shutdown is resolved.
Trying to do what we can to figure out where we are most at risk. How much do we have in reserve so we know that we can keep things going for a while?
The town of Oxford has purchased 340 acres of open space for just over $1 million. The land purchase is being paid for with funds left to the town by the estate of longtime resident Marion Strong. The property is located along Quaker Farms Road, not far from the town border with Southbury. The land was part of the estate of David Schreiber. It will only be zoned for soft recreational use. A judge has rejected an appeal of the tax assessment on the Stu Leonard's grocery store in Danbury. Stu Leonard's had argued that the unique design of its building on Federal Road entitles it to a reduction of its property tax assessment of $4.6 million. The judge ruled that Stu's failed to prove that it has been aggrieved, and the appeal of the assessment has been dismissed. That means the grocery chain must pay its full $426,000 tax bill to the city. Yesterday, state Republicans held a news conference to announce new proposals aimed at identifying fraudulent nonprofit organizations. The proposals are aimed at increasing transparency on how nonprofit funds are being spent in the midst of what GOP lawmakers, including Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding, call a culture of corruption in state government.
I remember as a kid growing up in this state, used to hear the word corrupt-a-kid. And we had an incredible governor in Governor Rell who implemented measures to move us away from that image. And this governor always speaks to our image. And unfortunately, we're moving back towards that trend.
One proposal would require nonprofits seeking state funding to also have contracts with the state on how that money would be spent. Wolcott Senator Rob Sampson gave some examples of nonprofits that he feels to be too extreme for state funding.
Integrated Refugee and Immigrant Services. They receive $225,000 that comes from the taxpayers of Connecticut. They actually have things on their website saying that they train people how to deal with ICE. You have Anchor Health Initiative. We've given them $400,000 effectively for LGBTQ, but also for trans type of policy and even surgeries and other types of things that they might call healthcare.
And Yale University professor Michel Devoret has been awarded the Nobel Prize for Physics. Devoret and two professors from California universities won the award for their experiments on a chip related to quantum physics. The three professors will share the prize that comes with the award, which is estimated to be around $1 million. Yale President Maury McInnes praised Devoret as a trailblazer of consequential and far-reaching technology that could impact all people. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 still heavy from the state line in through Greenwich thanks to an earlier crash by exits 4 and 5. Not too bad through Darien, patchy volume, Fairfield, Westport. Parkway with some heaviness getting in towards exit 38, the old exit 38, I should say, in Route 7. Building into Westport. Route 8, the accident clear by the Commodore Hull Bridge, still heavy out of Shelton into Derby. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear and chilly, low to mid 40s. Thursday, sunny with a high of 60. Friday, sunny in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Tell Paul what he needs to know. Text 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Hey, coming up, I've got another story that plays into my mantra, one of the mantras I have here, that there are people in the criminal justice system in all parts of the country here. I am convinced, no, I don't have hard evidence, no, I don't have names, but there are people in the criminal justice system who are there to go easy on prisoners and are fascinated with evil, and they will knowingly release sick, demented torturers back into society. It's kind of like, you ever hear every so often those stories about, hey, an arsonist turns out to be a firefighter. You know what I mean? Or you have a woman that runs a daycare that sadly abuses kids. In other words, you get the kids in the daycare and then they can abuse the kids because they're sick. They're nuts. Well, there are people like that working in the criminal justice system. I'll have an example of that straight ahead. Clarissa is in Bridgeport. She's been holding along. Clarissa, hi, how are you?
Undergraduate.
Hello, Clarissa.
Got to be able to
Hello, Clarissa.
if our account.
Okay, Clarissa ain't answering. All right. We heard part of a conversation there. It's okay, Chris. It's not your it's whatever. All right, Clarissa, if you want to dial us back, ma'am, you can. Here's that story that again, you may say, well, Paul, how do you come to the resounding thought here that there are people who want evil to walk among us? Okay, listen to this. The White House says it's looking into the decade-early release of a man who killed a 6-year-old boy. So, in other words, this guy is being released a decade early. This is the case of Ronald Exantus, E-X-A-N-T-U-S. Ronald Exantus, a man who was released from prison 13 years early after stabbing an entire Kentucky family and killing the 6-year-old Logan Tipton. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt announcing on X just before Saturday at 8, it's wholly unacceptable. We're looking into this. According to the investigation in 2015, Exantus, so this is 10 years ago, right? Ronald Exantus entered the Tipton home through an unlocked door. He stabbed the little boy, the 6-year-old, killed him, stabbed his father and 2 sisters. Coral Tipton said she and her siblings watched Exantus kill their brother. Exantus was convicted of stabbing Logan's dad and 2 of his sisters. However, he was found not guilty by reason of insanity for the death of the boy. So this mutant animal walks into a home and wreaks havoc on this home, scars this family for life, and he is found not guilty by reason of insanity. Okay? But there's more. Exantus was scheduled to 20 years in jail, the total of 2 consecutive 10-year sentences for each assault in the stabbing series. The Kentucky Supreme Court upheld his conviction in 2020, while a state board of parole denied him parole in 2021 and deferred that for 2 more years until 2023. This month, Exantus was released from prison 13 years before his sentence was set to expire. The Kentucky Department of Corrections said Exantus was approved to serve his mandatory reentry supervision in Florida in accordance with the Interstate Compact, blah, 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 blah. The Kentucky Department of Corrections told WKYT television that Exantus will remain under probation and he'll have parole supervision. Until the expiration of his sentence, which is listed as ending in 2026. Exantus' former attorney, Bridget Holler, said he called her after he was released. She said she was shocked he was let out early because it was such a contentious case. But, quote, it really didn't surprise me. If anybody deserved to get out early, it was Ron. He had accomplished so much while he was in prison. You can't, folks, you can't. I'm telling you, There are people in the system, much the way there are fire bugs who become firefighters, much the way there are the nicest women who seem to run wonderful daycare centers, and then you see them on video smacking around kids. This guy gets out of prison 13 years early after he stabbed an entire Kentucky family and killed their 6-year-old son. Gets out early. You mean to tell me that the system isn't set up by some people who want these kind of a mutant animal out there running in the streets? Explain to me how I'm wrong here. Go ahead. Tell me I'm wrong.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
Metal Supermarket's not where you buy your eggs, but where you buy all the metal you need. The world's largest small quantity metal supplier with over 8,000 types, shapes, and grades is now in Danbury and Bridgeport. Fabricators, construction crews, manufacturers, auto shops, and hobbyists find the metal you need cut to size and ready fast with no minimum order. Or browse our drops and remnants. Fill your cart at Metal Supermarkets in Bridgeport at 1085 Connecticut Avenue or Danbury at 4 Lee Mack Avenue.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks closed mixed today as the Dow took a bit of a breather. The Federal Reserve's latest minutes from their last meeting suggested that a divided Fed sees 2 more rate cuts by the end of the year. Interest rates did edge a little bit lower while the S&P and NASDAQ moved on to record levels, rebounding from recent weakness, with the Dow losing just a point on the day to 46,601, the S&P up 39 to a record 6753, and the NASDAQ surging as technology bounced back sharply, up 255 points to cross above 23,000 for the first time ever. 10-year note yields finished at 4.13%. The dollar firmed, sitting at about a 2-month high. Oil futures up 70 cents to $62.43 a barrel, and gold keeps putting on a show, up another record, up nearly $60 to $4,063 the ounce. Crypto also rebounding from yesterday's sell-off, just shy of record levels. Very odd to have the S&P, gold, and Bitcoin all at highs together, but that's what's happening right now with the government shutdown, no economic data out, but the Fed minutes suggesting more rate cuts down the road.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 still on the heavier side out of Stamford, Greenwich, and then it's about a half hour to go from Norwalk getting up into Bridgeport. Parkway's about a half hour as well from Norwalk up to Route 8. Still heavy out of Shelton into Derby. The accident by the bridge cleared further north. No problems into the valley. 95 heavier waves out of Milford up into West Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight. Low to mid 40s. Thursday sunny and cool with a high near 60. Friday sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Our phone lines are always open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Fazeli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
All right, great to have you with us right here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I never thought I would say this, and when I say this, it's only from a political point of view. I wish him nothing but the best personally. I have no comment on his family life. I'm starting to feel sad for Chris Murphy. I am. Now, again, he's got a lot of money. He's unofficially running for the White House. We'll see how he does. It'll be something to have a president from Connecticut. But I got about a minute of audio coming up next hour. We'll do it, I think, in the last half hour of the show. Of Chris Murphy on MSNBC. It was last night after we got off the air. And Chris Murphy kind of throwing his arms up in the air, like, you know how he's been on this screed about the world is ending, Trump is going to take over the world, he's turning the U.S. into Nazi Germany. I got about 90 seconds coming up of Chris Murphy basically saying, whatever. I mean, he's not saying that, but it's like you hear... And he's saying it because of something I pointed out weeks ago. So we'll get to that. First, though, Pierre is with us in Stamford. Pierre, hi. You're on WICC. How are you?
I'm doing well. How you doing, Paul?
Pierre, what can I tell you? I get out of bed in the morning. That's good news. That's all I want, man.
Good. No, thank you for pointing this issue out, because this is with the inmate from Kentucky. Clearly, this is not a blue state or red state issue. This is a system issue. I mean, I didn't go to Yale to figure out to notice that this guy should not be out of prison. I don't know who's making these decisions, but things need to change.
I mean, Pierre, you could sit me in that parole hearing or whatever in that hearing, and Pierre, I know nothing about. Now, I have had some relatives that have worked in the prison system, and they give me some unique perspective. But Pierre, if you and I were sitting there and they asked us, "Hey, Pierre, hey, Paul, this guy stabbed a 6-year-old kid to death. You think we should let him out 13 years early?" I mean, what are we going to say, man? We're going to
absolutely not. So clearly, yeah, but as you know, this is coming from a red state.
Yeah.
This is, because I know, you give a lot of flack about the blue state.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that you pointed out this is coming from a red state.
Yeah.
And they definitely, this was an injustice to, I guess, to the United States and to the family per se.
Can you imagine that, Pierre? Knowing that this guy is getting out 13 years early. I mean, Pierre, stuff like this happens to families. I don't know how they go on. I don't.
No,
I don't know.
This family is traumatized, like you said, for the entirety. I mean, generations and generations of trauma.
Absolutely. Pierre, thank you. I do have to run, my friend. Thank you, Pierre and Stanford there. Thank you. I mean, can you imagine? And Pierre, thank you once again. Appreciate the call there. Can you imagine the surviving people in that attack? How do you not relive that attack? The sounds of this guy breaking into a home, the knowing that, and the guy's a big dude. I was looking at the coverage of this, and seeing and hearing him. I mean, wow. Even if you escape physical harm, remember the physical wounds can heal, but mentally, man, oh man. All right, let's try Clarissa here. Clarissa, good afternoon. You're on WICC. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
I'm good, Clarissa. What's on your mind today?
I just wanted to address the issue that you were discussing before you talked about the child being attacked and the killer getting back out.
Yeah.
You're talking about the fake marriages in Connecticut.
Yeah.
And the representative telling you that, you know, gee, it is more than the other person had said is really going on.
Yeah.
And it just, maybe it's me. My IQ is not like Einstein, 180-something. However, it just seems to me that, is that really an issue? People marrying, fake marriages. Isn't that akin to what the attorney generals are doing against the administration that's now in the White House, saying that they're defend illegal aliens? So if they're defending illegal aliens and they're trying to make it legal by fake marriages, even if it's fake, what is the difference between the two? The two seems to me to be the same.
I think, and Clarissa, I do have to let you go. You're breaking up a little, man, but thank you for the call. It was good to hear from you. Listen, I can see both sides of this, Clarissa. I can see where, and we had a caller earlier. I don't know, Clarissa, if you heard that in the show. We had a caller saying, you know what, this is this has been happening for years and years and years. There are bigger fish to fry here, bigger fires to battle, whatever euphemism you want to use. It's tough to shut it down. But then we had Rob Sampson on, Clarissa, as you pointed out, who said, well, hey, listen, though, this is more widespread than you think. And, yeah, I guess on a numbers basis, it's probably not all that much. But do we judge this on numbers, or do we step in and say, listen, we don't know whether somebody actually loves each other or not, right? We don't know that. But do we step up enforcement of this through the for the integrity of the system? Like, look, there have been sham marriages since the beginning of marriage, whenever that was. When was the first marriage? Somebody had to say some prayer 1,000,000 years ago to do this. So are there sham marriages? Sure. And, man, there ain't sham marriages just with illegals. There are sham marriages with, you know, Americans. I mean, how often have you heard, I mean, I've heard from some people who say, well, I can't stand him or I can't stand her, but, you know, they make good money and I like the house. So whatever. I mean, it happens. But Clarissa, thank you. It is it's tough. What do you do? And I agree with what Rob Sampson said. Maybe you allow these city or town clerks or these justices of the peace to say, hey, I think there's something weird here. And you allow them to at least talk to somebody, maybe as a professional courtesy, and you say, hey, you know, I'm not sure. There's something wrong about this. And, you know, this is a way to kind of skirt the immigration system. And as to what Rob Sampson said that he heard from, you know, anecdotal comments from people he knows in city and town halls in his districts about rings, we got this sent in from a person texting at 333-9422. The story, the rings is verified. My town hall personnel tell me, this is a person texting me, that groups, get this. Now, is this illegal? I guess not, but what does this say? This person said, in my town hall, groups of 4 couples arrive on a small bus. They're given a phony wedding ring for the Justice of the Peace wedding. They get a marriage license, a ceremony on town hall property. Then they collect the rings, and they end up reusing them. Wow. Must be nice here. Where do the rings come from? They come from bubblegum machines? I ain't sure about that one. No.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Both 95 in the Merritt with a little bit of company lower part of the county. And then the heavier stuff's into Westport, both roadways. 95's heaviest around Sherwood Island, getting up into Southport. And the Parkway heaviest from Route 7 up into Westport. Fairfield side, moderate volume. Route 8 still busy into the bridge up into Shelton. 84's not too bad in through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear and chilly, low to mid-40s. Thursday, sunny with a high of 60. Friday, sunny in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Hey, it's a midweek Wednesday. You know what that means. A chunk o' har coming up. Yes, Dan Har, Hearst, Connecticut Media. He's one of the big cheeses. He's one of the big muckety-mucks there at Hearst. Senior columnist and editor, so we will talk with him about a bunch of things. He has a column that's out there right now, somewhat critical, again, of the state looking into, getting into the hospital business or the WNBA women's pro basketball business. He also will have his thoughts on the Costa Diamantis trial. We'll see if we can squeeze in some, at least, of the reports of what the testimony was today. Man, I got to tell you that there are few things better. I don't like capital murder trials or stuff like that. That stuff is, but man, my favorite trials, bribery trials. Well, where'd you put the money? It was in an envelope. Where'd you give him the money? Love that. Come on.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. FBI Director James Comey pleaded not guilty today to charges he lied to Congress 5 years ago. It's a case that's raised questions about whether the Justice Department is targeting President Trump's political adversaries. CBS's Scott McFarland was at the courthouse in Alexandria, Virginia.
The theater we expected outside didn't happen. There was talk and reporting earlier that there was an effort to get a perp walk, one of those photographed walks of a defendant into this courthouse for James Comey. That did not happen this morning. He was given a private, secure entrance out of the view of cameras.
The judge has set a trial date of January 5th.
That trial date is as slippery as it gets, in part because the prosecution argued today this is a complicated case, which could involve a review of classified information. James Comey doesn't have a security clearance anymore, nor does his defense attorney. That's going to take some time.
Authorities have charged a 29-year-old man with igniting a January fire that killed 12 people and destroyed the Pacific Palisades neighborhood of Los Angeles. Acting U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley.
The allegations in the affidavit are supported by digital evidence, including the defendant's ChatGPT prompt of a dystopian painting showing in part a burning forest and a crowd fleeing from it.
Jonathan Rendernecht was arrested in Florida yesterday. Jim Krasula reports on a closely watched immigration case in Southern California.
A federal judge in Los Angeles has ordered the removal of agents who have been guarding a man who was badly hurt at an immigration raid at a Southern California car wash in late August. The man was handcuffed to a hospital bed for more than a month. Lawyer Gene Reed Breeze is representing the man.
I think it's part of kind of these very aggressive tactics that are being used by this administration in enforcing immigration law.
The government shutdown continues, and there's no sign of any progress on Capitol Hill. Correspondent Nancy Cortez reports what the White House is willing to do is also unclear.
According to the president, what's at stake is back pay, employment for federal workers by the thousands, but he hasn't exactly followed through on those threats yet. And in fact, the nature of those threats keeps changing.
President Trump said today he may go to the Middle East in the coming days if there's progress in the peace talks on Gaza. The U.S. Marshals say the only escaped inmate who remained on the run after a New Orleans jailbreak in May has been captured. 10 men broke out of the jail. Derek Groves evaded authorities for nearly 5 months. On Wall Street today, stocks finished mixed, the Nasdaq at a record high. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 25-year-old man is under arrest, charged with murder for the deaths of his parents Monday night in Waterbury. Javion Adams is accused of shooting his 51-year-old mother, Carlene Williams, and his 55-year-old father, Mark Adams. The victims were found by officers in a house on Beverly Avenue around 11 p.m. Police said Javion Adams was on probation for previous domestic violence arrests. No injuries were reported after the crash of a school bus that was carrying 11 children in Waterbury. The bus apparently backed into a utility pole yesterday morning on Rosario Drive. Police described the crash as minor. None of the children or the driver were hurt, and the damage to the bus is minor. The town of Oxford has purchased 340 acres of open space for just over $1 million. The land purchase is being paid for with funds left to the town by the estate of longtime resident Marion Strong. The property is located along Quaker Farms Road, not far from the town border with Southbury. The land was part of the estate of David Schreiber. It will only be zoned for soft recreational use. And Yale University professor Michel Devereux has been awarded the Nobel Prize for Physics. Devereux and 2 professors from California universities won the award for their experiments on a chip related to quantum physics. The 3 professors will share the prize that comes with the award, which is estimated to be around $1 million. Yale President Maury McInnes praised Devereux as a trailblazer of consequential and far-reaching technology that could impact all people. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Overall, a pretty good trip as we head into the 5 o'clock hour. Northbound on the Parkway, a little bit of company out of Greenwich, and then about a half hour to go from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Heaviest through Westport. 95 about the same. Some company, Stamford, Greenwich, and then about a half hour Norwalk to Bridgeport. Route 8 about 10 to 15 minutes to get from Shelton up to the bridge. Not bad further north into the valley. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight. Low to mid 40s. Thursday sunny and cool with a high near 60. Friday sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right here we are, you and I, at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Check in with our buddy, our pal, Dan Haar from Hearst, Connecticut Media momentarily. I have said that heading into the election year, here in Connecticut, where the governor is up for election or re-election, the lieutenant governor, Susan Bysowitz, the what we call the constitutional officers or offices, the state treasurer, the state comptroller, the attorney general, the secretary of the state, whatever, and all the members of the General Assembly. 151 men and women in the House who govern us, 36 men and women in the state Senate who govern us. If you don't think that just about every reaction to anything a local Republican is saying, not nationally, but if you don't think the reaction to everything local Republicans are saying on big issues, if you don't think that won't be met with something regarding Donald Trump, you're mistaken. And I've said this over and over again. And why am I mentioning this now? Well, we're seeing this in the reaction given by state Democrats in a Hartford Courant story. Now, the Hartford Courant had a large story regarding what our pal Rob Sampson had talked about last hour, that there is an ongoing FBI probe into some grants coming to certain state nonprofits. And you probably heard Rob last hour saying, hey, yeah, a lot of these people deserve money, but there's an FBI investigation into Doug McCrory. Let's just make sure that this is we know what we're doing here, okay? So I'm saying to myself, oh, look, there's a Democratic response to this. And I'm saying to myself, geez, I wonder how they responded to it. Will they say, hey, okay, we appreciate Republicans being concerned about this, but we need to do this, that, and the other for Connecticut? Well, no. Here is the response from the state Democratic leadership to what is being now. I mean, think about this. This is the Democratic response to Republicans bringing up the fact that there is an FBI investigation going on here into how some money was allegedly steered, again, innocent till proven guilty. But there is a well-documented, ongoing FBI probe into some money that may have had some influence by State Senate member Doug McCrory. Allegedly, his girlfriend got some money, whatever. Again, innocent till proven guilty. So here is the response from Democrats. Connecticut Republicans' sudden concern about transparency is predictably hypocritical. This comes from, of course, Martin Looney and Bob Duff. They're silent about the massive actual corruption happening in Washington under Donald Trump. Trump's border czar getting $50,000 in a paper bag to steer contracts. Trump's foreign bailout for billionaire donors. Trump's constant leverage of the government for his own enrichment. And Trump's hiding the Epstein files and considering a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, those are all viable stories. I'm not sitting here and I'm not saying you can't bring those up if you're discussing Donald Trump. But if that's going to be the response from Bob Duff and Martin Looney and the other high-ranking Democrats in Hartford to the Republicans pointing out that there is an FBI investigation going on into what may or may not have happened with money and the steering of such money by a Democratic state senator, if people like Bob Duff and Martin Looney, if that's their response, if the best they have is Trump and Trump and Trump and Trump and Trump, if that's the best they have, geez, guys, get some new material.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC every Sunday at 11. The Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with the NFL and the Duchess Restaurants doubleheader, because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilow Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilow Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Hungry for inspiration in the kitchen? Join us Saturdays at 3 p.m. on WICC for Plum Love Foods, your ultimate food talk destination.
Hey, it's Chef Plum. I'm a 6-time Emmy-nominated chef with over 30 years in the industry. And unlike other food shows, we don't just talk about food. We actually work in the hospitality industry. Learn about some awesome food people in our state, or just have a laugh because it's just food. Plum Love Foods. No agenda, no politics, just food.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, still holding with just patchy volume, Stamford and Greenwich, and still at about a half hour, both on 95 or the Parkway, making your way Norwalk to Bridgeport, so take your pick. Heaviest, both roadways in through Westport. Route 8, it's about 10 minutes getting up into the bridge in Shelton, and usual company south on 95 out of New Haven into Long Wharf. This update brought to you by Courtesy Carpet Flooring and Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear and chilly, low to mid 40s. Thursday, sunny with a high of 60. Friday, sunny in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Get the straight story on everything that's going on around our state. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, middle of the week, about this time every Wednesday, 5:15 or so, a couple of minutes either way. Dan Haar, senior editor and columnist, Hearst Connecticut Media. Mr. Haar, good afternoon, sir, and how are you?
Good afternoon. Everybody's good today. We're following the news.
Yeah. How about I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh at this, but no, I'm not laughing at your column. I'm just laughing at why you wrote the column. We have the little dust-up from yesterday featuring the U.S. Attorney General and one Senator Richard Blumenthal. What are your thoughts on that, Dan?
My thoughts are that Richard Blumenthal made a significant error in judgment in allowing himself to say 17 years ago 2 or 3 times that he was in Vietnam, served in Vietnam, rather than that he served during Vietnam, which he did serve in the military and in the Marine Reserves, to be specific. And while that's not a good thing and hurts his moral authority, the idea that Donald Trump, the most corrupt person ever to hold elected office, probably in the United States, most certainly in the White House, was to say that he shouldn't be a senator because of this. I have no comparative analogy. What can one say? Both of these elected officials, who, by the way, won't go away, neither of them will go away and retire, both of these people were duly elected by citizens who know very well the facts, and nonetheless decided to elect them. So there should be no question about their ability to serve, neither Trump's nor Blumenthal's. And so it's just amazing to me that everyone in the world doesn't see what Trump is doing with this through his henchman and Bondi.
Let us then move a bit closer to home here. You had a column that actually made me laugh, Dan, as sometimes you do, wondering what the state of Connecticut would be trying to buy next after a share in a basketball team and hospitals. Now, you suggested beer or wine or something like that. I don't know, Dan.
I said a beer brand or an airline. And you get extra points. You get extra points if you know what that is. What former, now long deceased rock star is that a reference to?
Former long deceased rock star, beer and an airline. No, who?
Frank Zappa.
Oh my gosh!
To be a country, you have to have a beer, an airline, and a football team.
See, I hope
so. That was my obscure reference to Frank Zappa.
I hope you don't think any less of me. I was never a Zappa guy. Now, having said that, fantastic player, wonderfully successful guy, but I was never a Zappa guy. Dan, I don't know. It is what it is. Great
composer too.
Yes.
He's an under-recognized composer of music as well.
Yes.
Highly prolific. In any case, getting back to politics.
Yeah.
What was the question? Oh yes. It was my way of sort of making fun.
Stop buying stuff is what you said.
No. The reality was that in a sense the column sort of set up a straw man, because yes, there is criticism of the deals, and specifically in the case of the Connecticut Sun, the likely way that the governor might try to finance the deal.
Yeah.
But there really is no trend. And I did become convinced. And so I essentially created a point and then shot down the point that I created, which was that the governor is overzealously buying the types of assets that normally remain in private hands, albeit in the case of hospitals, nonprofit hands. So I am convinced, as DECD Commissioner Dan O'Keefe said, and as the governor said to me, that no, there's no trend here. Mm-hmm. There isn't some new policy. It's just 2 assets came on the market, and the state has an interest in buying a stake in the one and all of the other. That is Waterbury Hospital. Because as it turns out, Hartford Healthcare nor Yale is looking like they want to buy Waterbury Hospital.
Wow.
It loses a lot of money.
Yeah.
UConn Health thinks they can turn it around, and the alternative is that it falls back into private equity hands. And I think we have enough experience to know that that's not a good thing.
Yeah, Dan Harhurst, Connecticut Media. The guest, couple more things here, Dan. Dan, I don't know about you, but I said this earlier. In following trials, I like, and I know there are different kind of trials, celebrity trials, murder trials, all this stuff. To me, there's nothing better, Dan Har, than a good bribery, extortion, who's giving money to who, trial. Some of the testimony in this Costa Diamantis trial, Dan, is quite entertaining and revealing, I think.
Yeah, and it's going to get more entertaining when the defense comes on, or it might. I should say it will. I shouldn't say it will. It might get more entertaining because in addition to, as you said, the people so far, we've seen the former vice president of a masonry company, and we've seen the founder of a, I guess you'd call it a construction management company, CAP. That's Antonetta Roy.
Yeah.
And then today's news from, I guess this morning, is that Norm Pattis, the defense attorney for Diamantis, got on the stand and tried to establish that nobody forced her to do anything when it came to hiring and her daughter and that sort of thing. She just felt like she wanted to be, good to this fellow Diamantis. So, we'll see what comes out when the defense takes the stand. We all have a feeling that there is going to be an attempt to smear the administration, and the governor did address that last week, right? In other words, that's the fear. That should be the fear of the administration, right? Because that's what Republicans have been trying to tar the governor with this, and the governor has correctly said. I'm not saying there's nothing in the administration. I'm saying the governor has correctly said, look, I didn't hire him. I inherited him. And as soon as we found out there was a problem, I fired him.
Yeah.
That was back in October when the subpoenas first came in October of 2021. He fired him. And that is all correct. So the governor, he stands ready to, as you know, and we reported last week, the governor is on the list for possible subpoenas. And when we asked him what he's going to do about that subpoena, he said, talk to my lawyer, William Tong. And Tong ain't talking. So what I'm getting at is that it could get even more interesting when the defense takes the stand.
Why not? And finally, Dan Haar, your district where you live there in beautiful sunny West Hartford, first congressional district, we have the Battle of Cash. Luke Bronin, one of the challengers, the longtime incumbent, John Larson. And over the past couple of days, Dan, it's been, hey, look how much people love me. Look at my money. No, look at my money.
Well, yeah, Bronin has surprised some people, but not others, with $1.2 million in the first quarter. The surprise is that's A, a lot of money, and B, without corporate support, corporate PACs, an especially large amount of money. Other people knew it was coming because he did a phenomenal job of fundraising in both of his mayoral campaigns in 2015 and 2019. So, he comes from a place where he knows where the money is. Okay. What it does is it effectively makes it a two-man race, and soon enough, the other people that have expressed interest in running are not going to be running, or they'll be running as obviously minor figures. You can't compete if you're raising $40,000, $50,000, $60,000, $70,000. You're not competing with people that are going to raise $2 and $3 million. So it's going to be a two-man race, and what I'm hearing from people is that they're both well liked in the district by traditional Democrats, and it's too bad it had to come to this.
Interesting. Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Dan, thank you. We'll chat with you next week. Have a great rest of the week. Appreciate it.
We will be in touch.
All right. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Yeah. So, in case you haven't been, that's going to be, that is the most interesting race in the state of Connecticut so far. What looks to be a Democratic primary. Now it could be a 4 or 5 way primary between Luke Bronin, John Larson, Jillian Gilchrist, and the other two candidates, both of whose names escape me. One of them is a lawyer at a powerful Hartford firm and also serves on the Hartford Board of Ed. Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Right now, we come up with more on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 still holding with some patchy volume out of Stamford, Greenwich. Accident-free Norwalk to Bridgeport, just heavy right around Sherwood Island, Southport. About a half hour overall, Norwalk to Bridgeport. Parkway about the same. Couple heavy pockets in through Greenwich and then heavy into Westport. Fairfield side patchy volume. Route 8 northbound still about 10 minutes to get up to the Commodore Hall Bridge out of Shelton. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight. Low to mid 40s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Are you ready for some football? Tune in every Sunday to the Voice of Connecticut for nonstop NFL action. Catch 2 thrilling games at 1 p.m. and 4 p.m., plus a 30-minute pregame show at 12:30. We'll bring you the insights, team updates, and the latest league news. It's all brought to you by Duchess Restaurants, where fresh food is served fast. Don't miss a moment of the action. The NFL on the Voice of Connecticut every Sunday. Kick off your game day right.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012, when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. President Trump is still saying a deal is very close between Israel and Hamas to end the war, and he says he may head there this weekend to be a part of those talks.
I was just dealing with people from the Middle East, Arab people and other people on the potential peace deal for the Middle East. Peace for the Middle East. It's a beautiful phrase, and we hope it's going to come true.
CBS's Haley Ott is in Tel Aviv and says others close to the president just began sitting in on those talks.
U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and President Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner are joining the indirect talks today, the third day that these negotiations are going on over that White House proposal.
As the discussions have been underway this week, the fighting rages on. James Elder is a spokesperson for UNICEF and is in Gaza.
Particularly disturbing overnight, heavy bombardment in the areas where Israel has been telling people, forcing people to go.
Yesterday marked 2 years since the deadly war broke out. CBS News special report. I'm Matt Piper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut local news update.
This morning at 10 o'clock, Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim and city officials announced the launch of Bridgeport Promise, a municipally and privately funded scholarship program designed to reduce the cost of college for hundreds of high school seniors. In order to qualify, students must have at least a 3.0 GPA, be a Bridgeport resident, and have a good disciplinary record. Plans for the scholarship were first announced in 2023, but have been delayed due in part to ongoing budget issues in the city. Arson is the suspected cause of a fire at a Bridgeport auto shop that displaced 15 residents in an adjacent apartment building. The fire was reported early Sunday morning at Bros Custom Care Clinic at the corner of Connecticut and Union Avenues and destroyed the shop building. Multiple vehicles were also destroyed by the fire. A $2,500 reward is being offered for information that leads to an arrest and conviction in the case. A judge has rejected an appeal of the tax assessment on the Stu Leonard's grocery store in Danbury. Stu Leonard's had argued that the unique design of its building on Federal Road entitles it to a reduction of its property tax assessment of $4.6 million. The judge ruled that Stu's failed to prove that it has been aggrieved, and the appeal of the assessment has been dismissed. That means the grocery chain must pay its full $426,000 tax bill to the city. Yesterday, state Republicans held a news conference to announce new proposals aimed at identifying fraudulent nonprofit organizations. The proposals are aimed at increasing transparency on how nonprofit funds are being spent in the midst of what GOP lawmakers, including Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding, call a culture of corruption in state government.
I remember as a kid growing up in this state, used to hear the word corrupt-a-kid. And we had an incredible governor in Governor Rell who implemented measures to move us away from that image. And this governor always speaks to our image. And unfortunately, we're moving back towards that trend.
One proposal would require nonprofits seeking state funding to also have contracts with the state on how that money would be spent. Wolcott Senator Rob Sampson gave some examples of nonprofits that he feels to be too extreme for state funding.
Integrated Refugee and Immigrant Services. They receive $225,000 that comes from the taxpayers of Connecticut. They actually have things on their website saying that they train people how to deal with ICE. You have Anchor Health Initiative. We've given them $400,000 effectively for LGBTQ, but also for trans type of policy and even surgeries and other types of things that they might call healthcare.
Connecticut Children's Health System is getting a new CEO. Shannon Sullivan, who is currently president and chief operating officer at Women and Infants Hospital in Providence, will assume the leadership role in Hartford in early January. John Rubin, the chair of Connecticut Children's Board of Directors, said Sullivan's experience, vision, values, and leadership will propel the system forward in the care of children and families in Connecticut and the region. Despite this morning's rain, Governor Ned Lamont has declared a Stage 2 drought in southern Connecticut. Lamont is increasing the drought stage in Fairfield, New Haven, and Middlesex counties. The governor says the lack of rain over the last several months has impacted all of Connecticut. He says the increase to Stage 2 is to raise awareness that if the lack of rain continues, the drought could intensify. The state forest fire danger was high both Monday and yesterday because of the ongoing dry conditions. Governor Ned Lamont this morning announced actions he is taking to protect the special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children, better known as WICC, during the ongoing government shutdown. The program provides support to low-income, pregnant, and breastfeeding women and children under the age of 5.
Those are the 50,000 moms and their newborns who get diapers and formula and support. There we only have reserves for, less than a week. We'll probably have to make up some of that shortfall in the near term and hope the feds get their act together.
The governor has pledged to use state surplus funds to keep federally funded programs like WICC open until the shutdown is resolved.
Trying to do what we can to figure out where we are most at risk. How much do we have in reserve so we know that we can keep things going for a while?
And the Hampton Inn and Suites Hotel in West Haven is for sale. The 98-room hotel on Sawmill Road was built in 2008. The current owners, the MCR Hotel Group, bought the property in 2018 for nearly $11 million. The hotel features a pool and other amenities and is located on a busy road near I-95 and next to a Texas Roadhouse restaurant. No asking price has been given by the owners. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 still holding with some patchy volume out of Stamford, Greenwich. Accident-free Norwalk to Bridgeport, just heavy right around Sherwood Island, Southport. About a half hour overall, Norwalk to Bridgeport. Parkway about the same. Couple heavy pockets in through Greenwich and then heavy into Westport. Fairfield side patchy volume. Route 8 northbound still about 10 minutes to get up to the Commodore Hull Bridge out of Shelton. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear and chilly, low to mid-40s. Thursday, sunny with a high of 60. Friday, sunny in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, hey, how are you? You all right? You good? 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Yankees tonight, Game 4. They won last night, finally, with Aaron Judge and the big bomb when he needed one. So we'll see what happens tonight, all right? I guess the Blue Jays are going with a bullpen game, so we'll see. So if the Yanks win tonight, it's Game 5 coming up in Toronto on Friday. So how's about that? And the last check, my Jets still suck. That's it. I checked before we went on the air today. We're still... Oh, man. Speaking of TV last night, Chris Murphy, our junior U.S. Senator, both Senate members from Connecticut in the news. Recently, Mr. Blumenthal having a little verbal sparring with Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, and stirring up old wounds that some veterans still feel about what Mr. Blumenthal said regarding like 15 or 20 years ago with his service or lack thereof or whatever in Vietnam, whatever. We all know, although it is, and I only say this on my account here, this is not official, we all know that Chris Murphy is running for president. Okay, that's fine. Maybe a hoot to have a president from Connecticut, not saying, but now he's not officially running for president. I know he didn't declare, no, I know that. But he is out actively touring the country. He's on cable television a lot, which he can be on. And he is out there. He's raised a boatload of money. He raised like $10 million in the first 6 months of this year. That's unheard of for somebody who's really not officially running for anything. Now, having said that, he is scoping out different messages here. And I noticed in something he said last night on MSNBC, I noticed that it maybe he's finally getting it. Whereas he can still criticize the Trump White House, but this whole thing about the world is ending here, we're turning into fascist Germany and Nazi Germany. There are a lot of people even in his own party, like John Fetterman and a few other people said, please stop it. We're not going to win an election this way. Now, you know me. I've been pretty consistent about this. I said, listen, if the Democrats want to regain power here, they've got to take a look at their policies. They just have to. They just have to. Let me give you what Chris Murphy said, then I'll come back with two things that if they would concentrate on would be a lot more profitable and a lot more successful for them, I think. All right, so this is Chris Murphy last night, MSNBC. Basically, he was asked in a roundabout way, so, Senator, when is the U.S. going away? When does the world end under Trump?
I really worry that the way our news cycles works, the way that our brains work politically these days, is that we only see 24 hours at a time. So we spend a day or two talking about the latest outrage, the latest attempt to destroy our democracy. And then we set that one aside and we talk about and work on the next one. And we don't see the cumulative impact of what it means to have the Department of Justice relentlessly pursuing legally the president's political opponents, what it means to have our media begin to look like state-run and state-owned media, what it looks like to have our troops being deployed all over the country to try to suppress dissent. What's going to happen here is not likely elections being canceled or a coup. What he's trying to do is to just suffocate the space that the opposition has to operate such that there's never enough oxygen for Democrats or any political opposition party to beat him. That's, what happened in Hungary. The political opposition party still exists there. The rules are just rigged so that they can never, ever prosecute their case. They can never win a national election. So when you look at everything he's doing together at the DOJ, at the FCC, at the Department of Defense, it is all designed to try to convince people to just stay quiet, to not show up for the protests, to not run for office, to not vote. That's how our democracy is destroyed. The elections still happen, but the same party wins election after election after election, and that party is Donald Trump's party, his family's party, a party increasingly of oligarchs who are making money off of this government.
All right, now he's partly right there and he's partly crazy. The right part is, yes, he is right. Donald Trump has become a master at choking off the oxygen in the room. He's a master at that. Now, Senator, with all due respect, your side of the aisle isn't battling him correctly. And it's not that it's the oligarchs and, well, the elections will happen. But no, Senator. And I'll come back with a couple of specifics here. Senator, with all due respect, yes, Donald Trump does a masterful job at choking off, as you say, the political oxygen in the room. And what aids him is that the Democratic Party's platform, whatever that is right now, it's non-existent. Your party sucks. Okay, I hate to tell you, but what is helping Mr. Trump here, as you say, you know what helps him choke off the oxygen in the room? That you're still concentrating on Trump is a bad man, and we understand about half the country thinks that. But where are the policy initiatives? I'll give you two examples coming up after this on WICC.
Next up for Connecticut Superstar auditions, The Scratchers.
It's the first Tuesday of the month. It's time to scratch tickets, there's a bunch.
Stop. First Tuesday? Yeah, Connecticut Lottery releases new scratch tickets on the first Tuesday of every month.
First Tuesday. That's a yes for us.
New tickets, new prizes, new chances to win. It's the first Tuesday, so let's get scratching.
Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline. Call 888-789-7777.
Having the right winter tire matters. So take control of the roads this winter with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire. Town Fair has the region's largest inventory of Bridgestone tires, all at the guaranteed lowest prices you'll find anywhere. And with 100 locations, you'll find a Town Fair near you. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone Blizzak tires and the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 still holding with some patchy volume out of Stamford, Granite, Jackson, and Free. Norwalk to Bridgeport, just heavy right around Sherwood Island, Southport. About a half hour overall. Norwalk to Bridgeport. Parkway about the same. Couple heavy pockets in through Greenwich and then heavy into Westport. Fairfield side patchy volume. Route 8 northbound still about 10 minutes to get up to the Commodore Hall Bridge out of Shelton. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight. Low to mid-40s. Thursday, sunny and cool with a high near 60. Friday, sunny with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ask Alexa to play WICC.
Playing WICC.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9.
The voice of Connecticut.
What he's trying to do is to just suffocate the space that the opposition has to operate such that there's never enough oxygen.
Chris Murphy on MSNBC last night, and Senator, I will proffer to you that, yes, part of the reason he's able to suffocate you is because your party has no platform. What does the modern-day Democratic Party stand for, and what are they doing here? Because, again, you've been saying since 2015 Donald Trump is a madman. All right, so give me something new here. And let me give you two examples here. Now, maybe they're trying to figure out what to do here, but Donald Trump has the Democrats spinning their wheels here, and it's sad. It's a great party. This is not the Democratic Party of LBJ or Bill Clinton or FDR or Harry Truman or JFK. They have no policies. Two areas here that the Dems are going, I'm telling you, they're going to run into problems. The border. Did you see the story that broke over the past day? Did you see this? It had U.S. Customs and Border Protection, all the major networks picking up this story. Did you see this? Illegal border crossings on the U.S.-Mexico border have hit the lowest level in 50 years. 50. Not 5, not 10 or 20 or 30, 50 years. Do you understand? Does the Democratic Party understand that they've got to come up with a counter to this? But what's their counter going to be? You think if AOC leads the Democratic Party, or if some leftist leads the Democratic Party, are they going to keep these border protections in place? No. They're going to loosen the border again. And how is that going to sell with the American voter that the once great Democratic Party is going after? Folks, I am telling you, trust me on this. A year from now, when we're talking about the midterms, all you're going to see is Republicans all over the country pounding Democrats, telling the media, ask them about the border. What are they going to do about the border? Look at this, NBC News, a mainstream network. Residents of border towns are relieved amid the quiet and record low crossings. You know, Chris Murphy is out there giving us, as James Carville likes to say, faculty room BS. And Trump is saying, whether you love him or not, whether you think he's Beelzebub or the Pope or something, he came and he said, shut the border down. That's it. It's shut. Goodbye. See you later. So if you're the Democratic Party, honestly, if you're a progressive out there and you despise Trump, how on earth do you counter that? The lowest border crossings in 50 years. Second issue. And this is a more broader issue. There are a lot of people, and excuse my language here, but there's only one way you can put this. Rhetorically, ladies, I'm including you in this rhetorically, not physically. A lot of people in the country like Trump because he's got a big set of balls on him. He just does. And why am I saying that? You ready for this? A new poll came out yesterday. This is not a Fox poll. It's not a One America poll. It's not a Rasmussen poll. Oh, that's a Republican poll. No, it's not. Do you think Harvard University is a bastion of conservatism? No. Do you think the Harris poll is a bastion of conservatism? No. Over 70% of Americans back the Trump White House strikes on those drug smuggling boats. Have you seen those? I think there's been 4 of them over the past few weeks. And there are all these progressive people saying, well, that's not good because he has to go through Congress and do that. And how do we know those people were carrying drugs? They could have been just out on the deep sea fishing. And the Trump White House, he says, no, we know who they are. And they've blown 4 boats out of the water right now. And you know what? When that stuff comes down out of the air, it sure looks like powdered stuff going to the water. And the White House was questioned about this a few days ago when they said, well, when they stop running drugs in this corridor or these corridors, we'll stop blowing the boats up. Okay, so what is the Democrats' plan on this? And again, I'm not trying to say this to be antagonistic there, but look, there's a lot of people in the country that don't like Trump as a person. They don't. But they say, yeah, the border's like there's nothing at the border anymore. And, you know, they're there at work by the water cooler, by the Keurig machine. They're saying, hey, did you see that freaking video of that drug boat getting blown up? It was all over the news. And this is how smart the Trump people are. They unclassify these videos, they declassify, and they just send them out there. And they're running on every channel, left, right, center, up, down, blue, red. And the Democrats are sitting there going, oh, boy, a lot of people like this. Yeah, that sure looks like a drug boat. Why is it going at that speed in that area of the water? And by the way, have you noticed that nobody in Congress is really, nobody, I mean, there have been 1 or 2 voices, but nobody in Congress has really come out. I mean, a couple of them said some minor things, but nobody's coming out going, I don't think they should. I'm against blowing drug runners' boats up out of the water. Where, again, as this poll is saying, 71% of Americans, including a majority of Democrats, say they support the military blowing up boats that smuggle drugs from South America. So you, my dear friends out there on the progressive side of the aisle, locally here in Connecticut, nationally, how do you counter that? How do you counter that? A lot of people like to see drug smugglers blown up. I hate to tell you, but that makes a lot of people smile. Sure does with me, too. And most people, even progressives, who will say, well, you know, yeah, it's probably better the border's a little more secure. So, man, I don't know what's ahead. And again, in part of what Chris Murphy said, he's 100% right. Everything from the Trump White House is kind of this fusillade. They don't say, well, we'll do this week, and we'll do that next week, and that the week later. Now, in the end, it could turn out to be a catastrophe. I'm not saying it won't be. But, you know, the next thing we have to see here now is, and I know a lot of people say, well, it's being overblown. Yeah, you know, there are other socialists. Got to see what happens in this New York City mayor's race coming up in a few weeks. Again, it looks like Mamdani's going to win. Curtis Sliwa refuses to get out. He's under some delusion that he's actually got a shot. And good for him. Nobody should make anybody get out, but we'll see. And then you watch what happens. If Mamdani wins, and then you have a lot of young leftist Democrats like Mamdani, like Matthew Frost out of Florida, like AOC, like the guy running, the Somali guy running in Minneapolis there, who was chiding a Democratic mayor, saying that he was too conservative. Oh, my God. And my point here is simple. On a lot of things, not everything, but on a lot of things, to a lot of people in this country, Trump looks normal. He does. Now, there's a lot of things that those people may go, oh, please, Mr. President, please stop. But on the border, on blowing up drug smugglers who are trying to get cocaine and fentanyl and PCP and whatever in the country, blowing them up. Telling these big city mayors, hey, get your act together. It's not about housing. It's about getting gangbangers off the street. And if you don't do it, we will help you. And it's help you're not going to be able to say no to. Folks, I'm telling you, you may not like it, but a lot of people are able to separate the guy from what he's doing. And there's like, well, geez, I just wish he would shut up. But you know what? Honestly, I kind of like seeing those drug smugglers blown out of the water.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wrapping up in a pretty good shape overall. Patchy volume of both 95 and the Parkway, Stamford up through Norwalk, and then both roadways are still on the heavy side in through Westport. Northbound Route 8's easing out a little bit into the Commodore Hull Bridge, still a little bit slow. Expect overnight roadwork southbound on Route 8 from Seymour into Ansonia. And further north right now, we have emergency construction slowing you down Route 8 southbound in Naugatuck. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear and chilly, low to mid-40s. Thursday, sunny with a high of 60. Friday, sunny in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Experience the future of luxury with the all-new electric Escalade IQ, now available at Cadillac of Greenwich. Standard with hands-free driver assistance technology, the Escalade IQ offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort with the longest range of any EV SUV. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic Cadillac Electric Escalade IQ. Iconic moments drive superior hospitality at Cadillac of Greenwich. Let's take the Cadillac.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, great to have you with us. Not a real shot here for time to take another call, so we shall, of course, be back with you tomorrow when we do that. The number 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And a reminder, that's talk or text, and the text line is always up and running even when we're not answering the phones here in the middle of the night. By the way, just a reminder, I know I mentioned this a couple of days ago. I want to wind up with this. Due to the ongoing government shutdown, the 2nd Marine Aircraft Wing Band, and we've welcomed them for years here to Bridgeport, they will not be at the Klein this week. So the concerts that were set on October 10th and 11th, meaning Friday and Saturday, they have been canceled. Discussions are already underway for alternative dates that the Marines can perform once the shutdown is lifted. So be advised of that. But coming up, it is the 117th Greater Bridgeport Columbus Day Parade on Sunday. I will be there, yes. Don't give me this indigenous, this and Italian heritage. That you know what? You know what's coming up? Columbus Day, baby. As my people say, Cristo Colombo.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Day 8 of the government shutdown. There is no sign of progress on Capitol Hill, just some heated discussions.
For years, you always lectured about how we need to keep the government open.
You're making a show of this to make yourself relevant.
It's sad. You could easily sign on to this.
You're embarrassing yourself right now.
Sign on to this.
And there are growing concerns among federal workers and others. Sarah Nelson is with the Association of Flight Attendants.
What could be more of a distraction than not getting a paycheck? That's right. Not knowing if you're going to be able to keep your family in your home. Not knowing if you're going to be able to buy that insulin that you need to keep your child alive.
And the shutdown is taking a toll on the